Hello, hello, everybody. Hello, hello, everybody. Here we go, right back at it again like we never left. And you know what? I'll say it. I will say it. As a matter of fact, we never did. We never did. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is what I'm talking about. And we are, of course, painting Warhammer once more onto the breach. You know how we do it. And I felt today I think we need to do our blacks. So that's what we're gonna do. Straight into it. Get that paint here properly. And of course. Paint mix ASMR. So this is Atom Paints ammo. Double checking, making sure everything is working well out here, that we're not missing anything. That we got it going on. You're gonna put some background sounds as usual. Let's get that Sandman of Terror going on. You know we like our Sandman. Let's see what videos do we have here. Oh, I thought there was a video from yesterday or the day before, but I guess that's gone now.
LinkedIn is weird.
Yo, Toe. TB, what's up, TB? Thanks for checking out the stream. Appreciate you. I think that is properly mixed in. Yo, Sammy, what's up? Thanks for checking out the stream.
On social media, reflects your own deception in some way, but usually it's more about presenting an idealized version of yourself. Not necessarily lying, but you're just not showing everything. Showing the good parts of yourself and your life. The culture and
Don't mind me putting here some sounds in the background. Let me see if I can get this mic to be better placed so to capture less noise and more signal, but we're not too worried.
everybody is smiling handshakes and working action. Everybody wants to see me, nothing with this. Everything just kind of bleeds into each other and nothing else sticks out. It's like driving through the forest and trying to keep track of the passing trees. Despite this monotony, there's a lot to talk about with it. The platform itself,
Yo, King Gordon, what's up?
controversies over the years. The world is being filled with mind-blowing and nothing largest anything I've seen in any time. There's also the Lincoln Addicts, who only ask people on the platform who are dangerously connected. And there's also the kids. But before we get to that, we've got to take a look at a single profile. Let me introduce it to Avon Shores. On the surface, this profile looks like any other. No intended for a seemingly pretty educated and accomplished person. But the closer you look at it, the weirder things get. You wouldn't see it on the surface glance. This page is an entry point into an insane
Few drops.
Those profound awakening putting the internet itself into a world of pure confidence and make conspiracy theories look like weekly weather forecasts. You see, Kevin is not a real person. Except he is. He's a flesh and blood human being. He also doesn't exist. Nothing related.
Lovely, lovely. That's all we need.
He's connected to a real-world shady organization that has connections in the White House, but at the same time explores esoteric practices that directly deal with the supernatural. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take a closer look at Aiden's profile. He has over 6,000 connections there.
Mixing it properly. You're gonna jump straight on in.
He's held the position since 2023, and around the same time, he apparently became a U.S. registered foreign agent as well, which means that he's likely lobbying on the behalf of some foreign organization or state. Things start becoming stranger when you explore his education section. He appears to be currently enrolled in many different programs and many different prestigious schools, including the Harvard School of Business, MIT School of Management, the Wharton School of Pennsylvania, the Southern Spain, Stanford School of Engineering, Oxford School of Business, Berkeley School of Law, MIT School of Engineering. I don't think I have to list them, but in total, Aegon is currently enrolled in 26 different programs at universities in several countries. His work history beyond his current job as a White House lobbyist is just as bizarre as his education. He's worked with the European Parliament, the Ukraine project, and CERN, where he's published multiple papers as a particle physicist, and apparently has won multiple awards for it. His longest job, however, was as a consultant in the executive office, where he worked for 56 years. This might seem like some weird joke. A fake LinkedIn profile somebody set up with his own qualifications.
Right, hey Rodrigo. Love to see you guys coming to check out the stream. Let's drop a few more of these drops, because we're getting that mix perfectly adjusted. Gotta have it perfectly.
The article also makes several pleas for the international community to release the restrictions they placed on an organization known as Halex. That name, other than these articles, which mostly seem to focus on the same press release we just talked about, there's not really a whole lot else out there about Mr. Chalak. There's a profile on a site called academia.edu that features much of the same content as his LinkedIn profile. But you should keep in mind that just like LinkedIn, anybody can make an academia page. He also apparently has an account on YouTube, and this is where things get even more bizarre. His channel is called Earth Safe Science Collaborative, and he's uploaded many more videos. And I don't mean like an hour or 2 hours, no. His longest video is a whopping 8.5 hours long. It's called the Impact Documentary, and the whole thing seems to have been generated with AI, both the voiceover and the visuals, with the main narrator being an AI version of Avon dressed up as George Washington. The documentary warns of a powerful hidden enemy that's supposedly tirelessly working to dismantle global empires to use an information terrorism, for anything being to force a second civil war in the USA and establish a new world order. It's all standard alarmist conspiracy theory nonsense, but it also makes frequent and odd mentions of anti-cult organizations and how legitimate institutions like the EU's Federates are actually somehow promoting terrorism by advocating for anti-cult attitudes in mainstream society. The other videos on Aegon's channel appear to also be aided by AI and so on, like this video titled Crossroads, where he eerily speaks for 3.5 hours straight without moving an inch. I said in the intro of this video that Aegon doesn't exist, but he also does. That's true. These videos contain Aegon's presence, but they also don't really depict a human. They're honestly mostly generated with AI and sound. Aegon is a living, breathing person. Also on YouTube, you can find a televised interview he did at a 2024 UN Climate Conference, which involves no AI, and proves that he is indeed a real person, who is accomplished and respected enough to be in a position to do a TV interview at a UN event. But his education history also can't be real, and there's barely any information about this supposedly important public figure on the internet outside a few recent paid press releases, a bunch of weird AI-generated YouTube videos, and of course his LinkedIn profile. What is going on? The rabbit hole keeps getting weirder the further you go down. If we go to the website linked on his YouTube channel, you'll find a gallery of photos that shows Aegon with various prestigious people.
Hello everybody, thank you for checking out the stream. Appreciate you all. Much love.
In this picture of Aegon with a Harvard economics professor, we can see that the books in the background don't seem to have legible writing on the scripts. They're either blank or have nonsense scribbles written. The most damning example is this photo showing Chalakian with his supposed colleagues, Maria Zuba, the vice president of research at MIT, and also an astronaut named Kate Rubens. There's clear evidence that both Maria and Kate were completely doctored into this photo. The real picture of them is this one, which comes from an MIT article and does not contain Aegon at all. You can line up Maria and Kate perfectly between both of these photos, and Aegon's doctored version is likely created with AI, judging on the smeary ChatGPT look of the image. Chalakian's website also makes frequent mention of the Lodge, a mysterious organization that seems to follow him around anywhere he is on the internet. And it's here where things really go off the deep end. The Lodge represents itself as a volunteer-driven international public movement focused on studying natural disasters, geodynamic changes, and promoting discussions to solve the global climate crisis. It supposedly has participants in more than 180 countries, most of whom are scientists, experts, and other professionals. Again, like everything we've talked about so far, this all seems fairly normal on the surface. But not everything is as it seems. The Watcher is based in Ukraine, and in 2023, their headquarters were raided by the military. Why? Because the organization, whom the Ukrainian government had labeled an extremist cult, had been promoting Russian propaganda, specifically stating that all Slavic people were destined to come together and form a single state, would be commanded by a savior-like figure, one who greatly resembled Vladimir. In the raid, the authorities would seize Russian propaganda literature, documents depicting cult symbolism, pictures of Putin, legends of Russian council, and several firearms. You might assume that this is some Russian propaganda machine, but things get even weirder if you can believe it. In June 2024, Russia themselves would also label Alatra as an extremist sect and would order all their activities to cease in the country. It's pretty rare for both Ukraine and Russia to agree on anything. Just what exactly was this group doing? Let's back up a second. When Ukraine raided Alatra, they called it a cult, and they also found cult art and literature in the compound. They also found this, a big glass pyramid with a chair inside. This is where we start diving into esoterica. You see, Alatra believes in the supernatural. Specifically, they purport that humans have the innate ability to communicate telepathically, one that's never been properly evolved. This energy pyramid device is part of an experiment set up by the sect to prove that humans can do this.
We have gathered here today to conduct the first international pyramid experiment, the goal of which is to determine the possibility of transmitting information telepathically at a distance. We will choose one of the symbols randomly. The operator will look and memorize this symbol, and then at 5 p.m. GMT, she will go into the pyramid and will be transmitting this symbol for half an hour.
Alatra made a whole video outlining this experiment. The woman is presented with a selection of 12 visual symbols. She chooses one and memorizes it. Then she gets into the pyramid and begins using it to transmit the symbol telepathically. She does this for 30 minutes. While she's transmitting, 1,100 participants around the world attempt to receive the communication and submit the symbol they think is being transmitted. Supposedly, the experiment was a success, and the correct symbol was the most commonly chosen.
How you guys doing today? Everyone doing alright?
There's been accusations of essay against this factor, allegations of harassment with threats and smear campaigns against his critics, but this video is about him. We kinda got away from it. Let's read it. Aegon Chalakian is a mysterious man to pin down. Everything he does seems to be half lies and half truths. But one thing he most certainly is a foreign agent lobbyist from the White House working for Electra. That's true. You can find publicly available proof of that on the internet. His other activities and qualifications, though, are questionable. In the 1970s, the SEC issued a violation order against Chalakian for misrepresenting his education and employment history. And remember those academic papers he posted to his LinkedIn? They weren't true. They were stolen from scientists with the idea of paying cheating. He came back and said, we never public. Almost everything surrounding this guy was completely fake. It just wasn't stable.
Hello, everybody.
Aegon is nothing like this ethical during the White House. Mr. Reynolds, personal spiritual advisor, is a member of Electra. There's a video and article on the website where he repeats many of Aegon's talking points, alleging that the anti-cult movement is actively harming people. Again, this is the President of the United States, personal spiritual advisor, repeating the talking points of a cult that believes in human telepathy. To wrap this up, here's my personal feeling. And to be clear, this is just my opinion, so take it with a grain of salt. Judging based on the contradicting information and substantiated evidence of multiple cases of falsified credentials, you could fairly assess Aegon as a sort of con man. I think he was picked up at some point in the last couple of years by Electra, and they helped fill in the blanks to make him come off like some important figure, which is evidenced by the very little information about him that exists outside his lengthy LinkedIn profile. They then used him, a native-born American, to act on their behalf as a lobbyist in the White House. The agenda he's pushing likely reflects the talking points he can gather from his AI-generated YouTube videos, from catastrophes, impending doomsdays, and putting an end to anti-cult attitudes around the world. As for Electra themselves and what their motivations may be, I have no idea. As much as I'd like to get into them, it would be a whole other video on its own. Aegon Chalakian's profile on LinkedIn remains one of the strangest on the site. It reflects a man that only half exists, one that was made of flesh and blood, but the history he claims to have. It can be seen with your eyes, but most of what you can see of him are AI fabrications. The only real thing about this man is his advocacy for bizarre and health. Believe it or not, Aegon is not the only fake person we're going to talk about. And Electra is not the only cult either. LinkedIn is full of weird things, and I'm surprised people don't talk about it more often. Like I said, it operates much differently than other social media platforms. And when it comes to totally online social media apps, LinkedIn fanatics...
Yo, let's go, let's get this done.
Social media user, the archetype greatly varies depending on what type of thinking. Instagrammatic might be an inspiring influencer, someone who tries to present their life in an exaggerated manner, acting more rich and successful than they actually are. A typical Twitter addict, in my mind, is inseparably tied to purpose. People are vocal or tank you with a bunch of flags next to their user. Both sides constantly spouting with insane opinions that will shape the best online world they live in. Your average Facebook addict is a brutal conspiracy theorist who isn't very good with technology and likely engages with AI-generated content. Either way, regardless of how unhinged your everyday social media account may seem, they're still using their respective platforms in the way they were intended to be used. Like it or not, social media in general is specifically designed to be as intrusive in people's lives as possible. The individuals who run these platforms want you to become insane and attached addicts who live their lives on the internet. That's how they make money, by bringing you in as much as possible. LinkedIn, on the other hand, is not a conventional social media. It's not designed around spreading of personal opinions or being used for fun development. It's not social media. It's professional networking. As such, you won't expect it to be as addictive as other social networking platforms. At least not on the surface. When the platform first launched in the early 2000s, it fully kept up how much just previously been any platform at the time. embed social media features like profiles and connections, allowing for not just quicker job applications, but also networking between professionals, which traditionally would only ever happen on mobile devices. For its first 10 years, LinkedIn was only designed to be a networking and job application tool. As the 2010s rolled in, things would begin to change a little. LinkedIn would go public in 2011. The pressure to grow as a company would begin to drive the platform's direction. LinkedIn is useful, but it couldn't draw people in the same way Facebook or Twitter did. And that was a problem. People only used it when they needed a job. Nobody was logging in every day the same way they would a conventional social media. Less time spent using LinkedIn meant less money for the company, and subsequently less growth. The platform wanted to keep up with its contemporaries, even need to shift its mission. In a 2012 letter to shareholders, CEO Jeff Warren would share his new three-year strategy for the company. Simplify, grow, again. The everyday part of that is specifically in reference to getting users to use LinkedIn every day, just like any other social media platform. The business logic behind this makes sense, but how exactly do you get people to use a job application site every day? LinkedIn's mission statement as a professional networking and job application tool would never actually change. They would sneakily start to add in more conventional social media features as time went on. They'd introduce a Facebook-style infinite scroll newsfeed filled with posts from people you're connected with. They'd start tracking the amount of time the users spend looking at a certain post and the different engagements they have with it. Based on that information, they'd start inserting recommended posts from strangers into your newsfeed. This not only made LinkedIn function much like any other social media platform, it also allowed users to gain significant organic followings on the platform. It rise to be a very strange sort of influencer. The way LinkedIn solved for everyday problems by purposely molding the sort of content they wanted users to share on the site. Not necessarily live updates like Facebook or interesting random pieces of information like Twitter, but rather career advice and educational content. The problem is, there's only so much career advice people can post every single day. Humans are simple creatures, and we have a tendency to engage with social media in the same manner no matter what the platform is. This results in the average LinkedIn post being a strange mixture of personal and career-focused content, with the two sides mixing into each other much like milk that's been freshly poured into a mug of coffee. In this post, you'll find a long read of detailing the supposed career lessons this man learned from planning a marriage proposal to his partner. In it, he compares someone to an enterprise guy and his girlfriend to a business he's trying to sell to. And me, that's a product guy. Her saying yes, you close the deal. Good job, buddy. This sort of career lesson from a life experience is typical of LinkedIn influencers. It seems like a subconscious solution people can justify themselves into using to adopt LinkedIn as a conventional social media platform to overshare personal experiences while also somehow keeping it in the corporate reality. By definition, your career life is supposed to be separate from your personal life. But mixing the two in the way LinkedIn influencers do is just sort of it makes a bit of a gross taste in it. What's the business lesson here, you might ask? It's about not taking yourself too seriously and embracing humanity as a team leader. Another aspect to LinkedIn is hustle culture, not just for the people running their own companies, but for the employees of other businesses as well. It's seen as a good thing on LinkedIn to overwork yourself to bring value to shareholders. In the intro of this video, I mentioned that this sort of attitude is a common line people have to report to be able to survive in the corporate world. On LinkedIn, people who sincerely think like this seem to get elevated. A sort of corporate Stockholm syndrome is a key part of the platform's culture. This also leads people into passionately defending all billionaires and rich people against any and all criticism. A market valuation is thinking about bringing value to the shareholders, trying to raise most important units, and kissing with people billionaires who would never even give them a second chance. It's close enough to me that not really disturbing your skin. So why not? You see, this very specific blend of personalized report and subservient attitudes made LinkedIn fanatics the perfect employment targets of a secretive organization that caused a lot of harm to many people. why not have an official presence on the platform? Consider if you to follow your path. It's for a man named Keith Lee, a self-described independent education management professional based out of Upstate New York. On the surface, this profile looks like any other, but you'll notice it's missing a few details. There's no profile picture, no job history, and no posts. Despite this, Keith still has a large network of connections. It almost seems like his profile was purposely gutted at some point, perhaps in an attempt to cover something up. Back in 1998, Keith had started a company with his friend Nancy Salzman. The business offered something called Executive Success Programs, a set of courses intended for aspiring professionals who wanted to take their career to the next level and move up the corporate ladder. It wasn't a very uncommon idea, but it is unusual when you think about it. Career training usually centers around learning some sort of applicable skill, but executive success programs plan to teach you how to succeed in your career by shaping the way you act towards other people and your own personal habits. The concept may have been dressed as a high-end professional training program, but in reality, it was just another subset of the self-help industry that was experiencing a massive boom in long-term learning. Self-help gurus present themselves as successful people who are really being kind of watching into the supposed secrets that can make your life so many times. With anything you can start doing today,
How have you guys been doing? I appreciate you. Thanks for joining and thanks for checking out the stream.
resort to making money by teaching classes about self-improvement. We have to be well potential. One of the trick was leaving behind your own performing prosperous career to teach in a classroom full time, and you can just go through the book and be done with it. Because there is a lot of proportion of these students end up being average people who are just pretending to be successful, which even leads to criminal convictions of fraud in many cases. You can make an argument that both key programs and successful in this way are going to be good. I think that's one of the I truly believe this means that there is great sense for the computer program and people are constantly applied for what people are consistently maybe someone said looking at the numbers and it's good people. One of which were making over $40,000 fines in the state of New York. Over $1,000 of which he could afford to pay. Nancy had been a medical nurse. Despite this, Keith in particular, who was the one in charge of things, saw himself as qualified to coach the country's top executives and teach them the secrets to success in a perfect world he himself had never actually experienced. You might think that an idea like this would be doomed for failure, but it wasn't. Keith and Nancy's company managed to pull in many early very successful people, including Roger Stone and Richard Branson. If you're wondering why a billionaire would take advice from a petty criminal who had less than $10,000 to his name, it's because of the couple that Keith set this whole thing up. You see, Keith didn't just love the bosses, he structured his training company almost like a secret society. By taking a class, you're in on the ground floor. But if you were willing to do some extra things, you could advance in the organization and get closer to Keith. The more you did, the closer you would get. One thing you could immediately do to advance was to get people you know to come and take a class, which added a multi-level marketing aspect to this business. And that's how Keith and Nancy managed to land big names. It was all through leveraging levels of separation. LinkedIn would be a great aid in this process, as it materialized students' professional social networks into a tangible and browsable format, allowing Keith to direct his pupils to target specific people who he saw as high-value potential students, like Sarah and Claire, daughters of the Canadian billionaire Edgar Bronfman. They were introduced to the program by a family friend and instantly fell headfirst for Keith's charisma. They would not only bring many other high society aspects of the organization, such as their own father, but would also end up being the company's main source of funding. Keith would introduce himself using the name Vanguard to his students, and he painted himself as both a multi-millionaire and the smartest person in the world. He may not have done well in school, but he must have known how to turn on the chair, because the things he would eventually get away with were frankly insane. In 2003, Keith would sue Direct Island Works for allegedly infringing on his company's copyright, pushing details of what actually went on in the classes they were teaching. Before attending the first session, students would have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. They weren't allowed to tell anyone outside the school anything they were experiencing with them. Ross, though, had got his hands on a training manual for the student, and he was supposed to learn just how strong students had gotten in Keith's head. He told what was if they set the playing field questions and his articles on the topic. of its part keeping Nancy's organization as they close. Students had to endure intensive 12-hour school day before deciding to keep their members and separated from the outside world. These environments are actually really typical of any self-help program. To be careless methods to question or redefine a core belief. On the surface, this is usually presented as a way to learn one of the negative concepts, but it almost always becomes a method for the cult leader to shape their followers in whatever way they decide. I haven't told you now that keeping Nancy's company. That's on purpose. It was called NXIDM. Next. I won't come up too much later, but keep that basic name of the Roman concept of next. A form of debt homage in the Roman Empire where the debtor would use his physical body as collateral for his unpaid loans, which would result in either a life of slavery or execution if the next in debt was defaulted. You could argue that Keith may have been starting to set up a similar arrangement with his pupils, who have to wear different colored sashes on their person depending on what level they had obtained with the organization. Higher level Maxim members had more responsibility, more respect, and most importantly, more access to keeping secrets. There were many ways you could move up the ranks, not just by leveraging the person's social life. In 2006, Nancy would send her daughter Ruth out to Vancouver with a mission, trying to recruit Halex, a famous Canadian actress who is most well known for her work in Smith, a TV show that every had one of their alumni recently enrolled in next, actress Kristen Cooper. In another successful expansion of their powerful interpersonal life, the actor agreed to try taking an accent class, and shortly after becoming fully functional. Halex and Bill different way to move the programs, each one in line with the Roman idea of next. Build up with the physical body to keep. Only organization to exist. One that will only grow more twisted as the years went on. You might think I'm doing this well by saying Allison offered her physical body instead of just saying she agreed to become Keith's sexual partner. But that in reality is the best way to describe it. Within Nexus, Keith will create a sub-organization known as DOS, which is short for Dominus Obsesquus Sorority, or in English, Master over Slave. This would be where Keith would finally witness the Roman idea of next, having complete and utter control over another human being. Again, this club would often mostly structured as a pyramid scheme. Keith would recruit women within Nexum to be his slaves, and those women could then recruit other people to act as slaves under them. 150 women would end up joining DOS, with Keith being the only male member of the club. Allison and Lauren Dolan, who recruited her into the organization, became the first members of DOS. They were told it was an empowering feminist club within Nexum. To join, they would have to offer collateral over to Keith. Acceptable collateral in this case included nude photographs or videos, any secret and potentially damaging personal information, and rights to all their physical assets. Once this collateral is handed over, feminist illusion that enshrouded DOS would be shattered, and its true sinister nature would be revealed. Members of DOS would be expected to provide unlimited free labor to Keith at any time of the day, were subject to corporal punishment if they failed to meet his expectations. Raymond would use demeaning derogatory language towards the symbol of this, will encourage everybody in the club to do the same to anyone who just happened to be below them. They were forced to adhere to an extremely restrictive diet as the full Keith's preference towards born within women. This diet was so long that most members of DOS would stop menstruating, and many would even begin experiencing hair loss. Just like he did to get students into Nexum in the first place, Keith would instruct existing members of DOS to target specifically and keep them desirable.
What's up, fam? How's it going?
Once a woman handed over her body, free to join the organization, they would have to undergo something called a branding ritual. This ceremony was about as deranged as they could possibly imagine. The branding would only be told beforehand that they were getting a small tattoo, or would be instructed to fully undress. The brandee would then be coerced into audibly asking to be branded, and Daniel Roberts, a member of Nexum who happened to be a medical doctor, would use a cauterizing pen to burn Keith's initials into their skin. The entire ritual would be filmed and kept as an extra piece of cloth. While this was happening, Nexum would still be operating in the real world as nothing more than a school for executives to report over the careers. New members would have the first to their LinkedIn profiles, just like any other career training program, unknowingly attaching themselves to a deranged sex strategy. Unless they made the secret of innocence, Dallas was even more so. Members readers won't be aware just who else was roped into this nightmare with their maxim. They've been instructed to only communicate with their masters and rangers through secure digital channels like Signal or Telegram. If weapons never would eventually get out, a key from other higher ups would soon face their will to serve. In 2017, the former high-ranking member of Nixon known as Francois Alachua would publish a long-form expose on this forum detailing all the specifics of John's righteous punishment. This would trigger several high-profile criminal investigations into Nixon. People who arrested in Mexico would be purged to the U.S. where he would stand trial for overwhelmingly federal charges, including CSA, possession of CP, multiple counts of forced labor, multiple counts of trafficking, racketeering, extortion, and rape. That's not everything he was charged with, but I don't want to waste your time with that record. He would be placed in jail as he awaited his final sentencing. As he settled into life in the pen, he would quickly continue to operate his club from the pen grounds. During COVID, when visitations were temporarily suspended, Keith made instructors remaining female followers to dance suggestively for him outside the jail. In order, they would dutifully carry out every single day. This occurred before Keith was sentenced, which was very stupid of him to do, as it was a clear sign that he didn't owe any remorse for the horrible things he had done. And after unsuccessfully attempting to hire Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, judges would go harder, slapping him with 120 years of prison. Most high-ranking members of Nixon would also face criminal convictions. Co-founder Nancy Salzer being slapped with 42 months in prison after pleading guilty to racketeering, and Claire Blunt's many months to benefactors facing 81 months in prison for identity theft, trying to conceal the public unable underage. Today, keeping his perverts remain behind bars, but something before the trials, they would break the internet opinion and constantly incriminating information. They would take down the website, and they'd also torch their LinkedIn profiles, leaving only faceless husks behind. They'd delete the company entirely off the platform, with any link would still remain, leading to a 404 page. These dead profiles are a grim reminder of how one man was able to harness the corporate fanaticism that you so commonly see nowadays on LinkedIn, and twist it into a deranged devotion to himself, at the cost of his victims' freedoms, health, and overall. Keith and Nancy's LinkedIn profiles are not the only empty shells of accounts that exist on the platform. You might remember at the beginning of the video when I said that LinkedIn had one of the worst cybercrime problems I've seen on any platform. Given its unique nature as a social media website, LinkedIn is a prime hunting ground for online criminal operations of all kinds, from scams targeting individuals to full-on corporate espionage. If you're involved in the world of cybersecurity at all, you'll definitely be intimately familiar with the problems that LinkedIn poses. It's late. Getting ready to go to bed, but before you do, you decide to check your Gmail inbox one last time. It appears you have several unread emails from LinkedIn. Not unusual considering the immense amount of spam that famous for sending away. Along the jump is a legitimate notification. A woman named Keenan Ramsey has added you as a connection, and she's included a message as well.
Quick question. Have you ever considered what to a unified approach to message video or open device anywhere?
The message seems like spam, but she decided to take a look at Keenan's profile anyways. It seems normal enough, but something isn't right. It's the profile picture. You look at it for a few seconds, trying to figure out what about it is possible. Then you see it. The photo is perfect. Too perfect. She's flawlessly aligned in the center of the frame, but despite that, she's missing an earring on the left ear, a detail that likely won't make it into a realistic profile picture. Keenan is probably not who she says she is. This is an actual fake profile detected through an investigation run by Stanford's Internet Observatory. The researchers decided to look through Keenan's reported education and work history. They actually contacted these establishments to see if they could verify that she was associated with them. None of them had ever heard of a Keenan Ramsey. This profile wasn't the only one they covered. Further investigation, they found thousands of fake accounts using very similar looking AI-generated profile pictures. These particular accounts were part of a botnet run by a shady marketing company to promote real products, but they're just a small part of a massive problem LinkedIn is facing. Botnet scam accounts are an issue on any social media platform, but the unique nature of LinkedIn makes it the most vulnerable social network to cyberbullying. The entire platform is built around sharing information about companies, which makes it the best place on the internet to do corporate espionage and information gathering for hacking purposes. If you ever take a cybersecurity course, one common thing they instruct you to do is to make it borderline delicate to find unintentionally exposed information on a platform and doing security research on a particular company. This can be in the form of looking at the backgrounds of photos taken at someone's workplaces, seeing what was accidentally left in the picture, whether it was someone's function,
It really is a very tiny, infinitely small detail.
any message from a stranger on Instagram or Twitter usually results in a conversation being placed in Facebook. Often, a favorite thing that platform is to message strangers. They get a job. Also, how you target people for cybercrime. Having a LinkedIn profile filled with information also lends you more credibility than having a normal profile on any other social media platform, purely due to the corporate and professional atmosphere of the website. On top of that, it's an acceptable practice to send strangers files to open on their computer through LinkedIn, whether it's a PDF with a resume or a Word document with a job application. All of this creates a sort of perfect storm for cybercrime, and it's no wonder why LinkedIn is locked up a constant battle against an onslaught of fake profiles. Just between January and June of 2024, the platform had banned almost 84 million fake accounts, all of which were created within that 6-month time span. These accounts are used to target both corporations and individuals, ranging from large-scale cyber attacks that result in massive data breaches you read about in the news to small-scale scams that attempt to steal personal identities. These profiles are created to resemble real people as much as possible. They only succeed at that on a surface glance. Look any closer and you'll see just how dead they really are. There are never any activity in place, just a static dormant profile that hasn't changed at all since its initial creation. LinkedIn is such a perfect breeding ground for this that it even has a massive portal in state-sponsored hacking operations. Rogue nations like Iran or North Korea create fake profiles acting as recruiters to send malware to unsuspecting employees of large Western tech and media companies with the intention of stealing intellectual property, money, and just sowing chaos in general. Back in 2024, one user received a connection request from a profile under the name Underkaidas. Despite being a premium LinkedIn member, his account details seemed a little suspicious, with everything having been created within the last 3 months. He claims to be a recruiter searching for web developers who specialize in crypto. The user still moved forward with a connection, and they were soon offered an interview. During the video call, the candidate was asked to do a coding assessment, being instructed to learn and download an incomplete application that they would need to work on during the interview. The user wanted to run the app with a virtual machine, but the interviewer kept insisting that he run it directly on his computer, or couldn't really offer a good reason why it needed to be made. The user luckily did own the in this virtual environment though, and he watched the application begin parsing through and then sending all available personal information to some server, at which point the user obviously ended the interview. This person had unknowingly connected with a state-sponsored North Korean hack and had downloaded a sophisticated piece of malware developed in the DPRK as part of a major cybercrime operation, which is injured. With more than many North Korean hacking campaigns currently being the next time you get a spam phone call from a suspicious-looking recruiter on LinkedIn, there's absolutely deeply changed. It's connected to a state-sponsored North Korean cybercrime operation. As somebody who just quit their job last month, this video is definitely comparing to me. I never liked LinkedIn at all when I had to use it, but I actually did enjoy covering it in this video. It's definitely a weird and unique place on the internet, one that's a lot more interesting to look at from the outside rather than the inside. Guys, thank you so much for watching. If you made it this far into the video, maybe consider subscribing so you'll get more videos like this one showing up on your YouTube homepage. I've also been trying to be more active on Twitter recently, so consider following me there as well. And lastly, have a good night.
Oh yes, here we go.
Really. As you open your eyes, you notice that there isn't any sunlight straining off the side of the curtains. It's still very much the middle of the night. You try to fall back asleep. No matter how much you lay still and try to relax, sleep never comes. An idea comes to mind. Maybe if you get out of bed and stay up for a little bit, you'll eventually get tired again and it'll be much easier to fall asleep. You walk downstairs and get a glass of water. No point just sitting in the dark and staring at the wall though, you might as well turn on the TV. What greets you on screen is a completely different world of television than you're used to seeing during the day. All the familiar talk shows, sitcoms, soap operas, and dramas all been replaced with other forms of content. Some of it is mundane, some of it is bizarre, and some of it is downright disturbing. You're now stuck in the world of overnight television. If you're about the age of 25 or so, you probably have a memory just like this of either waking up in the middle of the night or just staying up late and turning on the TV at 3 a.m. and seeing a bunch of weird stuff. Maybe it was a strange infomercial or a disturbing public access show, but in any event, whatever you saw probably wasn't the sort of thing that was playing during the day. Unless it was an endless barrage of Seinfeld reruns, that would also happen sometimes too. Overnight television just isn't really much of a thing anymore. Nowadays, if you were to get up in the middle of the night to watch something, you would have endless choices with platforms like YouTube and Netflix. But when I was a kid in the early 2000s, not only was television your only real option, but you'd be experiencing it in complete isolation. You couldn't just scroll through Reddit or Twitter on your phone. You were effectively alone in a dark room, and confronted with bizarre late-night broadcasts. And having these encounters with this world while being so young has cemented the experience in my mind ever since. Today, I want to do my best to recreate the now lost and forgotten world of radio TV. And we're going to go over everything. Buckle in, guys, because this is going to be a long video. Before the advent of cable television, most TV channels didn't show anything overnight. For a long time, it just wasn't profitable to spend the money to broadcast analog signals over the air for all the news watching. So, pretty much every channel would eventually start broadcasting at some point in the night, usually at midnight or 1 a.m. Before the giant network transmitters were shut down, however, most channels would play something called a sign-off. Here in Canada, these sign-offs would usually consist of a national anthem accompanied by various patriotic videos and images, often including the Queen and family. In the USA, it was basically the same thing, patriotic imagery accompanied by the Star-Spangled Banner. I imagine some of you are feeling creeped out at this and are wondering why. Well, it's because this patriotic sign-off motif has been used in analog horror. Specifically, it was parodied in Local 58's Contingency, which shows the sign-off message saying that America has surrendered to the enemy and to our liberty by taking the final and greatest slavery yet. As cable began to become more widely adopted, broadcasting at all times of the day became more common. Analog channels were still only sending signals at potential automated messages after the normal day program was complete, like Night Owl for example. This service was used on several stations in the early 1980s to show automated messages at all hours of the night, accompanied by keynote-sounding pop music and Atari 2600 visuals. Weather alerts were also included as part of these automated news dashboards, which were often accompanied by loud alarms. Again, you can see where some analog horror projects may have taken inspiration. As time went on and cable began to outpace over-the-air broadcasting in terms of wide adoption in the 1990s and 2000s, overnight TV began to get more elaborate. Stations realized that there was money being made by filling out these time slots with real programming. But what do you show if nobody is watching? The fact that these time slots have so few viewers greatly affected the TV channels that show during it. For one thing, the lack of an audience meant that there was little risk to the broadcaster. What was being shown wasn't up to the quality or ethical standards of the station, which led to very experimental, downright bizarre program. If you had something weird or questionable that you were somehow allowed to show on TV, chances are you would be stuck in the graveyards. And no format of television is quite as emblematic of a graveyard slot, the internet. When channels began broadcasting 24/7, I think the first idea many of them had was why not just show commercials all night? It made sense. There wasn't an audience to disappoint, and it would be the best way to capitalize on what was previously dead airtime. But most companies that pay to advertise on TV aren't going to want to buy ad slots for a time when nobody is watching. This meant that the cost of advertising in the middle of the night was much, much cheaper than during the day. So much so that it was viable for even the smallest companies to buy entire 30-minute time slots purely for advertising. Now, what sort of companies do you think are going to go buy out 30-minute time slots in the middle of the night when no one is watching? If you haven't had the privilege of watching infomercials in the middle of the night, I'm going to do my best to describe what the experience was like. These programs are usually done in some sort of studio and almost always have a charismatic host that's very good at bullshit. For 30 minutes, the same few key points about whatever product they're trying to pump are repeated over and over again. The point of advertising in general is to hammer tiny tidbits of information into your head, and the infomercials take this concept to an extreme. It's almost like a fever dream just listening to the same phrases over and over again. What makes it even more surreal is that the products themselves are often just as strange as the advertising. One of my favorites is Ronco. This company just sells a lot of what I can only describe as Jimmy Neutron's dad's inventions. In one single 5-minute time span in a Ronco infomercial, you will see demonstrations of a fancy toilet plunger.
My way designed for the lady of the house. When she uses things, most of them come with it. That's why I developed the Ronco brain buster. It uses water and air for power.
An inflatable balloon that hangs off the top of your car is supposed to stop people from denting your doors.
I made this particular product because my wife and my daughter both were genuine protect our doors. Practically going for the doorstep, no matter how hard, you can't get the other person's door.
And a food dehydrator.
Why did you invent the Ronco electric food dehydrator, beef chicken machine, yogurt maker?
First of all, I didn't like additives and preservatives in my food. I happen to love beef jerky.
If you've ever seen the show Tim and Eric Awesome Right Job, the fictional company Cinco is a direct parody of Ronco. Cinco's skits on Tim and Eric tend to be presented as infomercials revolving around absurd inventions. One of the very first trains seen in infomercials were programs advertising psychic hotlines. As far back as 1991, a company called the Psychic Friends Network were producing infomercials disguised as fake crossing over style shows where actors would interact with so-called mediums, who would of course always have some amazing revelations that you could also get a few calling for the low price of $4 a minute, which is more than $9 in today's money. As ridiculous as this sounds, you have to remember that the 90s were a different time, and belief in the paranormal and weird spirituality in general was more common now, which is something I often liked about in my horrors in the 1990s internet series. As a result, the Psychic Friends Network quickly became one of the most successful series of infomercials in history, with the inception of the ad product. At its peak, they were raking in $124 million a year. Often gullible people who were being charged to hear lies from so-called mediums on the other end of the phone who were pretending to speak with their dead loved ones and offer bogus and vague predictions about the future. Former employee of the Psychic Friends Network known as Mark Edwards would write a book in 2009 detailing his experiences working for the company, in which he flat out admits that none of it was real. The so-called psychics only needed to possess enough charisma to keep the caller in the room for as long as possible. In one case, Mark had kept one customer on the phone for 2.5 hours, which resulted in a $600 bill from the company. The Psychic Friends Network may have been the most successful infomercial psychic service, but it definitely wasn't the only one. Another common figure in this community was Miss Cleo, an actress from Los Angeles who put on a fake Jamaican accent and, again, speak with actors posing as real customers on the TV who act shocked when Miss Cleo could surmise everything about them and their dead loved ones through her amazing psychic.
We've been feeling me because I'm getting the thing in the actual me down about to the ankle. And that's the only thing that's going to continue to bother me.
Hey, you learning her? The scale is like 1 to 10. was everything you said here.
Of course, if you actually decide to shell out the $5 a minute for the privilege of calling Miss Cleo, you might even get to talk to her. You'll be passed off to one of her associates who have read from the script. Also, oddly enough, Miss Cleo was the voice of Auntie Poulet in GTA 5 City. You can find basically any semi-scammy product advertisement infomercials, like self-help programs that will promise to make you rich and successful, or a reading course that promises to help you achieve a 3,000 word a minute reading speed, or for your child or blind fest infomercials, which are advertising your exercise time. This part in particular shows you how you can improve the toning on your face by doing facial exercises, or in other words, a 90s version of viewing.
It starts with a low pulse. You'll then accomplish is sticking your tongue out. We will then flip back so we can work underneath the face. Now I'm going to demonstrate this and then you'll do it along.
Imagine you just woke up in the middle of the night. You turn on your TV. This is what you see. What exactly would go through your head? This sort of esoteric atmosphere clogged the world of late-night infomercials, likely due to the low cost of the time slots and the little oversight given from broadcasters. One outlet, though, will eventually notice the absurdity of the infomercial and harness it to create unique pieces of art that will air alongside the advertisements that inspire them. Adult Swim. On November 3rd, 2001, 4 a.m., Adult Swim will proudly air a 10-minute segment of Icelandic Ultra Blue. For all intents and purposes, this comes off like a genuine infomercial, at least for the first couple of minutes. The product being advertised here is called Icelandic Ultra Blue, a pill that can improve all aspects of your life. We hear some testimonials from happy customers, and then the host, Dr. Torsten Samuelson, announces the contest to replace the 63-year-old company jingle with a fresh new song, and that you can enter and possibly have your music as the next Icelandic Ultra Blue theme. We then cut to a couple user-submitted songs, both of which are low-quality acapellas that are believable entries in a jingle contest. The third submission, though, is a professionally produced song and music video. This ends with a credit screen that zooms out right into a scene with Winnie Chloe, the producer of the song we just heard. He's advertising the Icelandic Ultra Blue air purifier. We get an explanation segment of how the purifier works, which apparently isolates the good air particles from the bad air particles. This transitions into a scene where the good air particles are depicted as Nazis both throwing the bad air particles in the trains and stealing their gold, which brings us into an advertisement for a mom-and-pop Nazi gold for cash store. The wife has a splinter at the end of the ad, and that transitions into a splinter removal service, which the host of the previous segment apparently takes advantage of, but it's not enough and she dies with her splinter. Dr. Samuelson then walks back in to talk about Icelandic Ultra Blue Embalming, an embalming fluid that can preserve the human body for up to 3 months. The doctor then announces the winner of the theme song contest while the Nazi cash for gold husband is doing something under the blanket with his dead wife. We get a performance of the new piano-bound Icelandic Ultra Blue theme song, which gets interrupted by electric drums that are apparently unwanted accompaniment, which prompts a brief argument between a singer and a DJ, and that turns into an advertisement for a Jersey Shore nightclub. We see some happy patrons, but one of them has a really bad rash on his back. Luckily, Icelandic Ultra Soap can help. It's the most intense skin healing known to man. You can get it as part of the Icelandic Ultra Party Pack, which is a package that contains all of the Icelandic Ultra Blue products shown in this infomercial. And we finally end off with an ominous message from Dr. Samuelson.
You will not be proud.
The format of Icelandic Ultra Blue is pretty simple to follow. Each transition between scenes makes one can consider them individually. But when the art don't get through, it makes for an infomercial that's filling up the rails every couple of minutes. The kind of rail as it is surprisingly not terribly different from the real advertisements of clothing. If you compare the Icelandic Ultra Blue's line of products to Ronco, for example, this isn't even really that much weirder. Ronco shows in your face a super cool plunger, an inflatable car door protector, and a fruit dehydrator all in the span of a few minutes. Sure, The format is intentionally not bizarre, but the actual products being advertised are almost on par with each other in terms of strangeness. The idea behind this project was to sneak in a fake infomercial onto a TV channel alongside the real ones that were aired, give unsuspecting viewers a greatly enhanced version of the esoteric overnight television experience. And although Islamic Ultra Blue wasn't very successful in release, the 4 a.m. time slot was so cheap that Adult Swim would continue overnight night specials throughout the years. Companies would actually be advertising real products, like Disney commercials or Aziz Ansari's comment special, but the majority of them were just experimental films based off of the fake infomercial concept. And as time went on, they would slowly begin to creep into the realm of horror. Starting off with 2013's Live Forever as You Are Now was probably not as well. Airing originally at 4 a.m. on Christmas Eve, Live Forever as You Are Now starts off by introducing us to the next big tech visionary, Elon Musk, who is about to share with us a revolutionary product. Before telling us just what it is he's advertising, Alan tells us how he came up with the idea for this product in the first place. After having a fight with his wife one night, Alan had a dream about walking through a forest and finding a beautiful new woman sitting by a bed of water. She beckons him towards her, and despite his love for his wife, he pursues her alliance. Before he can get to her though, a man in the fog shoots him, completely destroying his face. Alan wakes up and immediately has a great new product idea. A piece of software that can back up a human personality, so someone's likeness can be preserved even after they die. In only 2 months, he creates a prototype and tests it out by backing up his own personality, which he shows to the audience. The backed up version of Alan appears as an uncanny rough computer animation of his face that can communicate via a text-to-speech program. For whatever reason, the computer version of Alan refers to himself, Teddy.
He's exactly like me in every way. He calls himself Teddy. No. My name's Ed. Hello, my name is Teddy. I was created to be an exact digital backup of Alan Resnick.
Alan then describes the strange process one needs to go through to digitize themselves, which includes steps like staring at yourself in the mirror for 5 hours and then sketching your face from memory in complete darkness on a piece of paper. Alan is explaining this process, Teddy keeps interrupting by saying,
Remind you what you did in that I love my She is nice.
Alan continues explaining the process that eventually ends up with a somewhat realistic 3D version of your face on the computer, stating that it captures even your smallest imperfections.
I'm sorry, Al. I didn't understand what you just said. I said it's our imperfections to not be perfect. Defect. Explanation.
He then immediately transitions into an explanation about the uncanny valley, asking the audience if they've ever been disgusted after their girlfriend covers up her beautiful natural skin with disgusting makeup. Don't fret if this has happened to you, says Alan. This can all be explained with science. He then shows us a chart displaying the uncanny valley, and gives us an example to explain the concept. One day, Alan was running through a cliff and accidentally tripped over a rock, an ugly one, that happens to sit at the very beginning of the uncanny valley chart, a very obviously non-human object. He then draws a pair of eyes onto it to anthropomorphize it a bit, which increases his sense of empathy with the object. As he's explaining, Teddy keeps interrupting.
I don't keep on screaming. I like that universe.
Alan says that the rock is looking kind of cute now, but he continues and draws a nose and lips to make it even more cute. Then he grafts some human skin onto it, and suddenly not so cute. It's tumbled into the bottom of the uncanny valley. Supposedly like your hypothetical girlfriend and her makeup. But when Alan is explaining this, Teddy offers a very brief but very important piece of exposition.
The rock fell down into the uncanny valley. It's down here with moving corpses, and this is where your girlfriend lives, so we're gonna try to...
Did you catch it? Wait later.
And this is where your girlfriend lives, so we're gonna try to...
As Alan says that your girlfriend is living at the bottom of the uncanny valley, Teddy corrects him and says, life. Meaning that Alan's likely not talking about some hypothetical girlfriend that looks like a fake human with uncanny makeup. He's likely talking about his own life. Remember, Teddy is supposed to be a replica of Alan, one that the audience has been led to believe, his memories and personality, but maybe not the same sense of innovation that a real human would have. Alan keeps listing strange details of how he developed his product. With the various skin stress tests, he put his digital likenesses through before they're considered ready for the eighth question. But as he keeps talking, Teddy keeps interrupting.
When you try and chat about who that your rocket, see how don't.
So that's it, we created. In fact, no matter what anyone says, whenever Teddy is prompted, he only has one thing he wants to talk about.
Hey Teddy, when I do pasta, do I do spinach or boycott? Not like that there.
We get some testimonials from happy customers who have all replaced their dead loved ones with uncanny dish ingredients. These are pretty surreal dramatic segments, but the thing to keep note of here are the things the auditors are saying. For the most part, they appear to be just repeating out-of-context phrases that the real human versions of these personas may have said while they were alive. Like,
Room is cold. No, Trish. This room is too cold. I love to watch TV. Does this car get good gas mileage? Are we watching Murphy Brown? Roll down the windows, please.
we almost have enough information to figure out the underlying story behind this infomercial, but we'll need the ending and tie it all together.
This is my wife.
Teddy shows everybody that he's replicated what he perceives to be his wife, a floating ball of skin. He gives her several compliments, saying that she's nice, pretty, and his best friend. If we consider Teddy to be both an honest representation of Alan's inner thoughts, as well as just repeating out-of-context things a resident may have said in the past, we can put together a story that might explain what happened to Alan's life. All throughout this special, Resnick continually talks about skin. Whether it's the skin stress test he does, his intense devotion to creating perfect and believable digital flesh, putting human skin on a rock, getting shot and having his facial skin messed up, how he got an internship at the Mart just so he could personally study human skin, or his wife covering up her natural luminous skin and putting on disgusting makeup.
Have you ever fallen over to your girlfriend's house and she's covered her face in disgusting makeup, and you find out that all of a sudden you don't love her anymore?
This special starts with Alan explaining that he bought this product after having an intense fight with his wife. And the only point of contention alluded to in the story is when he says his wife looked like a moving corpse when she covered up her naturally beautiful skin. Alan then dreams about being shot in the face in the woods, and then he talks about tripping over a rock, also in the forest, at which point he grabs human skin onto it. My interpretation of this story is that Alan had an argument with his wife about her skin, shot her in the face in the woods, and then grafted her skin onto a rock. He then spent the next 2 months creating a digital persona of himself called Penny, who repeats many of the guilty things Alan no doubt was saying during the training process while dealing with the horrible thing he had done. While presenting his creation to the audience, Alan is able to somewhat hold back his disturbing thoughts and feelings, but Penny serves as an honest representation of Alan's inner dialogue, and ends the special by showing us his ideal look, a mass of perfect flowing skin, and nothing else. There's no real definitive conclusion of it. You can only really connect the dots and try your best to come up with your own explanation that takes all the little details in it. And that's the key of any project created by Alan Morrison, who is really playing as a special version of himself in this special. You may know Morrison from the YouTube ARG Tutorial, which was one of his earliest projects, and to my mind, is one of the greatest of our internet ARGs. Alan went on to create several other infomercial projects for Mark Swing, but we'll get to know them more. For listeners you are not, the infomercial series was a still relatively an adult swim project that was still resulting in many confused viewers asking what they had just watched in message boards each time a new special aired. But that would all change in 2014, when a particular infomercial special was blown so hard, it arguably remains today as the single most popular piece of media ever created by Adult Swim. Too many books. I'm not going to sit here and explain this story because you've likely seen it before. Too Many Cooks isn't even an infomercial. It's a parody of his old sitcom intros that introduce an absurdly large roster of characters. But Too Many Cooks never ends. It just keeps introducing new characters until a villain shows up and starts killing off everyone. Too Many Cooks was the first Adult Swim infomercial project that truly outgrew its original status as a weird thing that was only shown on TV in the world. It would immediately go viral on YouTube, currently sitting at 27 million views. To put in perspective how important of a piece of media this is, Too Many Cooks is the only YouTube video to have a custom font on the YouTube player page. Success is great and everything, but Too Many Cooks would create some problems for the infomercial series. The whole idea behind these specials was to create convincing fake TV segments that fit alongside the just as weird real content that was being shown on every other channel in the middle of the night. The only way this works is if the viewer doesn't know what they're watching. Too Many Cooks widely publicized this idea, and people began to favorably in anticipation of catching a new experimental overnight TV film made by Adult Swim, which kind of nullifies the concept of it. As a result, the production teams making these infomercials began to get more and more creative with their formats. Like in Frank Pure Presents Pure Resort and Casino. This special is supposed to mimic that channel that every hotel TV is tuned to when you first turn it on. You know, the menu that shows you pay-per-view movies and the different features of the hotel room. This one is hosted by Ray Watts, and as the program goes on, things just keep getting stranger and more horrifying, much like every other Adult Swim special.
What's that, Susan? Perfect. It's a video on demand system that delivers the latest movies that were sent to your hotel TV.
2016's unedited footage of a bear would be the first special to really mark the transition of the infomercial format to the internet, which was the primary way these videos were being watched anyway. I mean, how many people who had cable were staying up until 4 a.m. to watch these live? Unedited footage of a bear is presented as a YouTuber, and as such, we're not really going to talk about it here because it doesn't fit in with the theme of overnight television, despite being simultaneously watched on the internet and TV. The last Adult Swim special we're going to talk about in this video is another project by Halex the Shadow, which is undoubtedly the single greatest piece of media to ever debut in the middle of the night. You're at a hotel, and no matter how hard you try, you just can't seem to fall asleep. Maybe the mattress is comfortable, or you're too used to your bed at home, but regardless, sleep remains out of reach no matter how hard you try. You decide to turn on the TV and sort through some channels. Maybe if you distract yourself a bit, you'll eventually feel tired. The flip past reruns is our public access shows, brand infomercials, then come across something that catches your eye. But staring at you from the screen is what appears to be a feed of surveillance cameras showing you the inside of a family home. These aren't polished, professionally filmed scenes merely meant to look like surveillance camera feeds. While your ear is thin and hard to hear, visuals are blown out in the press, and just look cheap overall. There's nothing other than the fact that you're watching cable TV to let you know that what you're looking at isn't for you. Maybe there's something with the hotel's cable box, and since actual home security camera networks somehow got mixed in with real TV channels. The feed changes to a different angle as they host every so often. We start off by spying on a couple on their baby, talking about vacation plans in the kitchen. But when the angle changes, we can see what appears to be a body laying face down on the floor that the couple seems to be completely ignoring, as if it wasn't there. We cut to a man doing some kind of home renovating in the basement, and then to the living room, where we can see an old lady, presumably a grandmother, watching TV. Also in the living room is a dressed-up young boy that appears to be preparing for a birthday party of some kind. The couple keeps discussing things in the kitchen, but we slowly notice that nothing we're saying makes any sense. The man is asking why we're putting heavy metals and newspapers in the backyard of the tomato plants. Quickly notice that you hear a nonsense talk between this couple, but we'll discuss that more in a little bit. Usually, the thing to snap back to reality and have discussions that make sense though, but when we're talking about their daughter.
So that she could call us. She has her son in there, she's not gonna call us.
She's making a new friend, so we don't know she's gonna go.
We then learn that the body on the floor is the daughter they've been arguing about. Now she's been on the ground like this for 2 hours. The couple continues arguing, but the mother wanting more control and oversight over what the daughter is doing, the father wanting to get their child more free. The mother starts taunting her daughter, who we learn is named Madison, by taking pictures of her on the floor and presumably sending them to other people. We cut to the little boy in the living room who seems to be anxiously fidgeting with whatever he can, and then back to the couple who just keep taunting and having one-sided arguments with Madison. Then we get introduced to a new character, a big. December 2016. I'm sitting at my computer scrolling through Facebook and an ad catches my eye. It's a video of a man with someone talking looking at their 3D-sounding mattress room and framed by their words, even people who hate him are privileged. This wasn't the first time I got a Facebook ad advertising that fact. This one in particular was pretty funny, so it quickly started on my circle on Facebook. But little did I know, this wasn't just another throwaway meme. No, this was the beginning of a truly captivating story, full of ups, downs, conflict, betrayal, shocking revelations, and more like that. This segment is going to consume mine and many others' online lives for the following 5 months. This is the story of Uncle Adams became popular in 2016. That wasn't the start of his rap career. That happened because another famous internet phenomenon, but that really never happened. Amanda Call is a Canadian teenager who took her own life after being blackmailed into making explicit videos for a Dutch man named Aiden Coben in 2012, who was later sentenced to 13 years in prison. Amanda Todd's death was a huge news story, and it brought about a lot of discussions surrounding cyberbullying and the dangers kids face when using the internet. Curtis Adams, the protagonist of the story, was living in his hometown of Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, working as a municipal plumber. And the story of Amanda Todd touched on him. So much so they decided to write a motivational rap song about the dangers of bullying. Over the next year, he worked hard to write, record, and even film a music video for his anti-bullying vision, and it ended up being a success. He garnered hundreds of thousands of views, and it sparked a career change for Curtis. He quit his job working for the city and became a full-time motivational rapper. He would visit schools and give presentations about the unforeseen dangers of bullying. You see, this whole motivational rapper giving school presentations was a bit of a trend in Canada for some reason. The artist known as Uncle Adams rode that wave. He gave talks to schools both locally and internationally. He had come from an unusual but profitable niche in the music business for himself as rapper. But his success really was for him. Just under a year later in 2013, Uncle Adams would have a disagreement with a local school board that would leave him blacklisted as a school presenter. Mike Walter, the director of the Regina Public School Board, asked Uncle Adams to edit his song I Am Stronger to remove the line, she went to sleep permanently, she drank bleach. But as you can guess, Uncle Adams was not eager to censor his artistic vision, so he refused, and as a result, Mike Walter made some calls, and Uncle Adams stopped getting more gigs. With the opportunity to speak at schools now out of his grasp, Uncle Adams is spending the next 3 years heads down creating motivational rap songs with messages revolving around such topics as climate change, respecting the troops, working out, and drunk driving. Although most of his videos failed to reach the heights he had previously hit with his breakout song, that would all change after the release of the song Original. Original didn't garner a ton of attention right away, but the ad he created for on Facebook unintentionally grew a small fan base of people who found his music bad. This isn't the first time in history this has happened. There have been many musicians in the last 50 years who've cultivated careers almost exclusively supported by fans who dislike their music. In late 2016, when the Uncle Adams ad was being passed around Facebook, a group called Uncle Adams Original Posting was created. At the time of its creation, Original Posting was just there to make memes about this out-of-touch ad and the bad rap music that accompanied it. But over the next few years, Original Posting has slowly become the central hub on the internet for all things Uncle Adams. Thanks for the platform. Uncle Adams upload more of his usual content, new songs, and also some motivational videos.
I think a lion cares when the birds are chirping.
Some of these videos actually got a lot of views. You can even argue some of them went viral. His one on Coding Snorking hit a staggering 2.7 million views, so it is understandable why he kept making this sort of content. Things would remain quiet for pretty much all of 2017. No one was getting cut off. But this was just a comedy for the story, because in early 2018, Uncle Adams would upload the very first episode of his vlog series, the At Least a Million Mission, or LM for short. The video is a closer look into his life and the truly crazy situation he had gotten himself into. At the beginning of the At Least a Million Mission, Uncle Adams explains that the last few years of funding his rap career has left him $164,000 in debt, and that he's been forced to take some rather drastic measures to keep it going.
It's so nice. Yes, okay. A lot of people watch it like, oh, this guy can't believe this guy, you know. And I did. Sold that out. And I used the equity to put into the music career. So that's already been done. That option is off of the table. So I'm sitting here thinking, okay, I don't have money really to keep going, but I want to keep going and I will keep going. So what do I do? Well, I'm going to sell my car. It's just period. It's university based. I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission to make at least $1 million to start. And that's why I want to dodge France.
Uncle Adam's so nearly $1 million mission. His goal to make at least $1 million for graduating. His plan to pay more money. Before we move on to episode 2 of the Man, I want to talk a bit about just how hard it is to make money as a musician. Before I was a YouTuber, I tried for about 10 years to learn to record my music with my band. While we did sometimes make decent money by playing shows, it was mostly just for money. Whether we were paying for gear, studio time, travel expenses, it was almost impossible to turn a profit with the small amount of fans we had. I do know some people in the local music scene that make good money by playing cover bands, but developing a career just by doing original music is a huge investment of money and time, and it's more than likely you won't succeed. So the idea of making original music just to make $1 million is crazy. We'll touch a little more on this later in the video, but for now, let's check out some more of the items to the mission. In the next episode of the Halex the Shadow mission, Uncle Adams tells us that he still has a few $100 left in his bank account, which is just enough to buy a day at a recording studio, and he walks us through a typical Uncle Adams recording session.
Okay, Jared set that stuff out, and then sounds good. Levels are good, vibes are good, feeling good, it's all good. Here we go again, I'm really going in. I'm a get it all up, yeah, I'm going in. I bring the facts to get bigger than a summer is. From an 88 story right overhead, I'm here to be Next to
Tell you to pay for studio time when you owe $200,000 of debt isn't really a good idea. And it's even more ridiculous when you consider the fact that Uncle Adams is a rapper. He's paying for that studio time to record just his voice. I get that having a well-produced and well-recorded track is important, but it's so easy and inexpensive to record vocals. And even know that Uncle Adams had the equipment to record vocals at home when he instead chose to go to the studio. Alright, so why is it actually worth it to go to the studio? Well, if you're recording drums, going to a professional studio might make your life a lot easier depending on your situation. Recording drums is really hard to get right, and it can also be very expensive. You need a lot of equipment. And I know a lot of people in the local music scene do most of the recording for their music on their phone. But for the drums, they go to a studio to do it just because it makes sense financially. But if you're recording vocals, it really is just a simple thing from a microphone. You don't even need audio like this. You can just use the USB microphone. They make great sounding USB microphones. Obviously, the $4,000 Neumann U87 that gets in the into Jared Studio is going to sound a lot better than a USB microphone. But you'd be surprised just how far you can get with a cheap microphone. This microphone is a Shure SM57. It costs about $100 and is primarily marketed as an instrument microphone. I use it to like my snare drum and also my guitar. But some people like to use it as a vocal mic. The vocals in the song Californication by the Red Hot Chili Peppers are recorded with this microphone. Some people use to record vocals in songs by U2, Pure, Peter Gabriel, Tom Petty, Madonna, John Lennon, and it's been used to record every official U.S. presidential speech since Richard Nixon. If it's good enough for Tricky Dick, I think it's good enough for Uncle Adams. Speaking of Uncle Adams, a few days after recording at the studio, Uncle Adams tells us that he doesn't have the money he needs to cover the cost of his upcoming music video. And he shows us one of the methods he uses to make quick cash.
I remember that I have two more credit cards. I can't actually withdraw money, but there's still some hope because we can buy some goods from these stores, sell them, convert it to money, and keep going after this dream. I'm going to show you how I do that. Very clear. I don't want my fan kids watching this thinking, it's a cool thing to do with X. I don't want to see you go do that on a bunch of cards just for doing it for the sake of playing. Remember, I am doing this to accomplish a dream. I have a bigger plan. I'm not doing this to buy booze weekend or something, stuff like that. This is part of me building an empire, funding the dream, right? niche, you know, that's because you're going to sell this stuff, get some money, and produce at least a million music video this weekend. Because I can say I got $30 in my account, but you got lots of stuff selling here, which is good.
You know, based on all the disclaimers you gave in this video, it seems like Kid fans who probably looked up to him were Russians. And he not only thought it was okay to show them a really awful and risky way to make quick money, but he also said it's okay to do, as long as it's finding something important, like the production of a rap video. In the next episode of The Lamb, Uncle Adams walks us through the production of a typical Uncle Adams music video.
Chest down.
Okay.
Visual inside. Action. This is what we do now. All these pros, we all do the thing, and we see a video and it's sweet though.
The next few episodes of The Lamb walk us through a relatively tense time when Unc is trying and failing to find this kind of production boost for his music video. At least until he finally sets his career.
What's up, guys? Inside. So, come on. No, check. This is
Alright, let's take a second to talk about music videos. Music videos are obviously an important part of promoting music, and people artists, it gives you an opportunity to express yourself visually, which can go a long way to help you connect with your fans. But if you don't have any money, you don't need to pay someone to make a music video for you, even if you don't have any equipment. There were so many famous artists who would make great music videos with just camcorders or cell phones. When my dad wanted to make some music videos back in 2016, we just took my parents' old camcorder and we filmed ourselves goofing around Chinatown in Toronto. It didn't look like an expensive production, but it definitely matches one of the songs, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Okay, one more thing before we get back to art. The music video producer that Uncle Adams hired was Ben, a performance and player. They showed it a friend of Uncle Adams, who eventually found his way into the original personal basement. Just an important tidbit to mention. Okay, the next episode of The Lamb is drastically more negative in terms of the others. At this point, Uncle Adams has discovered the original person of the basement. Ask me how he reacts.
So the first thing is critical. As you notice, you can't comment on my YouTube anymore, you can't comment on my Instagram, my Twitter, my profile, it's private. I've changed my email, and I don't want to tell you what. Okay? So for over a year, there has been a group of trolls trolling all of my accounts, pretending to be them, but really they have sinister intent. Over a year ago, when I was promoting my original music video on Facebook, it had a caption saying, even people who hate rap are loving this thing. Okay? And the reason it said that is because I get that all the time. People are always like, oh, I don't even like rap, but I like your music, you know? So that means that I'm different. I'm a change maker.
Oh, come on.
Emails, and I want to tell you what, okay? So for over a year, there has been a group of trolls trolling all of my accounts, pretending to be them, but really they have sinister intent. Over a year ago, when I was promoting my original music video on Facebook, it had a caption saying, even people who hate rap are loving this, okay? And the reason it said that is because I get that all the time. People are always like, I don't even like rap, I like your music video. So that means that I'm different, I'm a change maker. I'm bringing people into the genre that they don't even usually have. But these trolls thought that the irony in that line was ridiculous and it was just too funny. And their whole group plays off of things being ironic about me. Like, I said that people made rap want to be like me. So they pretend to be fans, but they're really enemies. They would go to my store and comment on my food. Cool, this is so hot, but it keeps me cool. So they're just all about ironic things, and I think it's hilarious.
I want to take a second to talk about Tommy Wiseau. If you haven't heard of him, Tommy Wiseau is a Polish man living in the USA who's hell-bent on making his own living. He didn't get any kind of financial support from the studios, so he instead decided to just do it himself. He spent an insane amount of money putting together a movie called The Room. When The Room premiered, Tommy didn't exactly get the reaction he was expecting. He had made an emotional and dark drama about a character who's driven to take his own life after a failed relationship, but the audience thought it was a comedy. On all accounts, The Room as a drama sucks. The acting is horrible, the writing is ridiculous, and many of the production decisions don't make any sense. And yet, it's one of the funniest comedies ever made. And when Tommy Wiseau saw everyone laughing at his movie, do you think he got angry and tried to hide it from the world? Well, he did get a little angry, but he also embraced the audience's perception of his movie. Over time, he built up a huge cult following. He began touring the world to personally promote his disaster piece to praise fans. Tommy Wiseau spent $6 million to make the room, but over time, he actually ended up making $30 million from it, off of the short film. At this point in time, Uncle Adam's had a decision. He could adapt and switch gears to embrace these new fans who were following his music, just not for the reasons he intended. Instead, though, he decided to shun these tens of thousands of followers in favor of, I don't know, I guess the kids he was presenting to 5 years prior.
It didn't end there, too. These people went back on my Twitter, back to like 7 years ago, to try and find any dirt they could on. There was a couple of stupid tweets that I don't know about drink in my life. So, this group that pretends to be fans, but are actually trolls, got this YouTuber to review one of my videos. They kept asking me, review blah, and this guy's name is Anthony Stuff, right? The needle jump. I call it the needle. And my other friend watched the video too. He's like, who's this needle guy? So everybody in her police call it the needle because it changed three letters a day. Plus, it seems like he has a small just sits there behind the screen dissing everyone.
There was something that happened in 2017 that I haven't mentioned. Uncle Adams is known as by Anthony Fantano, the biggest music critic on YouTube, and Anthony made a video with Chris Rega reacting to and laughing at the original music video. We have this glass barrier between us and the art, which to me, we're on one side of the glass barrier, reality. And on the other side of the glass barrier, we have the artist enclosed sort of in this little bubble of his where he can sort of braggadociously deliver all these rap lines where he sort of builds himself up. Even though us on the outside of that barrier, we just see it as ridiculous. Meanwhile, I think those RCA cables back there, which should clearly be plugged into something because they're the turntable, I assume, symbolize the fact that it's unplugged from the real world that the rest of us live in. Luke is pretty upset here, but after Anthony reached out, they were able to squash it before quickly. And they even did a video together on Anthony's channel.
But there were some of those channels that were taking things way too far, getting a hold of my personal address, posting maps to my house online, without holding my cell phone up, with prank calling my phone, sending me threatening messages that you can't hide, and we're gonna get you, pretending to be fans for cutting their wrists, and then I would respond to my album with videos and a sinister intention.
There's something else that we have to talk about from episode 10. I was mentioning some tweets from the past that people were sharing around. What exactly is he talking about? Well, my friends, this motivational rapper wasn't always so motivational. Fairly soon after the original music video gained popularity, people stumbled onto Uncle Adams' Twitter history. And it was surprising. His wholesome, positive role model was saying some uncharacteristically vulgar things. One of his tweets were even made mere months before the I Am Stronger music video was released. All of this piqued a collective curiosity into Uncle Adams' past. After all, he was 26 when he made I Am Stronger. What was he doing in the years prior? In June 2017, a man claiming to be a former producer of Uncle Adams joined the original posting group. He posted a bunch of song snippets without much explanation as to what they were, but these went more or less unnoticed until a year later. Later people quickly learned that these were rap songs Uncle Adams had made in the late 2000s before cleaning up his act. In 2018, one of these songs in particular would become infamous, Blues 2. Let's listen to Booster. Okay. I don't think I can actually play any more of that on YouTube without getting demonetized because it's really vulgar. I'm just going to describe it on Roxanne next. Talks about illicit substances, a dirty mattress, and a non-consensual sex act. Booster led the Uncle Adams group to search for more material made at Mark's class persona, which was officially labeled Dark Oak. A man named Andrew Hanks, owner of the 306 skate shop in Regina, was added to the original posted group. Andrew apparently knew Uncle Adams during his former rap career, and he said he could get his hands on an entire album's worth of Dark Oak. His search would eventually culminate in the release of North of Dooming, the last Uncle Adams album from 2007, along with the music video for the song Northside Queen City. Let's take a listen. This is actually pretty good. I find it really nostalgic. It really fits in with that J-rock wave of Canadian rap from the mid-2000s that was mostly made by local suburban white guys. It's sort of sad to see the declining quality of Oak's music, along with his general changes in it. But exactly City Falls, everything I've said in this video. It was clearly recorded in someone's house, and the music video was just pumping his friends goofy around Regina. But I think they're making that paper out music video. Some other notable moments from North of Dooming include, I can't even say the title of this one on YouTube, but it's a diss track against another local rapper where it makes fun of their financial situation and the fact that they're depressed. Truly a bizarre collapse. Everything from the Dark Oak era is surprisingly crass, and it hits even harder when you consider the type of career Uncle Adams would go on to lead in the future as a children's motivational speaker. And I think in the only black and white episode of The Lamb, we can see a little bit of Dark Oak seep out. In the next video, Uncle Adams apologizes publicly to Anthony Fantano and explains that he's been being harassed by members of the original posting group, some even going as far as to send death threats to him and his wife. After he made the last episode, he realized it wasn't Anthony's fault and he had no one debt. He also tells us in the video that most of his debt is from people he had paid to take his career further and didn't deliver, and that young musicians should learn from his mistakes. Alright, we're gonna gloss over a lot of the stuff that follows this video, mostly because a lot of the 11 episodes that come after this one just aren't that interesting. Let's see what watch 11 minutes of this.
Love for your music from Belgium. Next comment. Refreshing to see happy messages that appeal to young minds. Stay persistent and all y'all watch and share these videos. Next comment. Uncle Adams, you're such an amazing person. You helped me do so much with all of your songs. Thank you for all of your music. Next comment.
After making up with Fantano, Uncle Adams would release the song Friends Over Enemies. Personally, I think this is one of the best tracks Uncle Adams has ever made. It's still white guy, cautious rap, but it's not bad, and the video is pretty cool too. Anthony Fantano seemed to like it as well. I think the difference with Friends Over Enemies is that it comes from a genuine place. It's not some preachy song about not drinking while driving or protecting the environment. It's about something Unc is actually going through in his feelings. And because of that, his lyrical ability, which he does possess, gets a bit of space to shine. The next few months will be relatively quiet. Unc would release a couple new songs, one of them being a sequel to the original, along with some final editions of these singles, and he would even travel all the way to Nunavut in Canada's far north to give one final school presentation. In episode 24, Uncle Adams tells us that he was forced to go back to work because of how desperate his financial situation had become, and he didn't exactly have a very good experience with the first job he tried.
Get there, my first impression is the crew lead, the crew chief, whatever you want to call him, he's freaking out at everybody. Like, he's freaking out at this one girl. Like, he's just snapping up like that, and I'm like, oh my god.
After learning that he would be expected to work 12-hour days without a lunch break, Unc decided to pass up and come back to this job, which is pretty understandable. I don't even think that's legal to work like that. The week after, he started a different job that he looked at earlier one day, and for a much less understandable reason.
He jumped in a bed. Machine started, operated in the big, excavating. And then I'd say probably for an hour later, this guy comes running up to the top squealing. I mean, the doors are open, the doors are open, he's saying. Here, we look at the back door, we got something open, either latch it or the wall open. And I made turns and stuff, and I bent the door. And the door. So then they got us all saying we leave all the stuff. Why don't we do that? They line up with me. Give me a autograph. It's like just to go through that kind of work and just be a nobody or somebody. Like that kind of thinking, that kind of living, that kind of paradigm. I feel like it's worth more than that. It's like, okay.
I don't have to tell you guys that this is a really pro attitude job. He basically broke the door of a bobcat on his first day and then immediately walked off the job because he's too good for blue collar work. In this general time period of the Uncle Adam saga, the biggest development was that it slowly began to open.
Hey Jed, sorry, what's up? I missed you. Doing well, man, doing well. Doing some painting. Thanks so much for the likes, appreciate it. Sorry, man, I do try to keep attentive to things, but you know, I'm just got a video in the background, don't have a lot of people coming in, don't always have messages. Think you already left, but
Things will stay quiet for too long. You see, about a year prior in 2018, Uncle Adam stepped back to option of the Halex from the original music video. And they saw that there was some factual lies investment.
Play this time. Certificate on my website. I have like $10,000. I know that some of you are like, I can't know the solution, but hear me out. There will never be a this is only happening in the world. That's how you will bring that video. There's no choose. There's people only. So I think that you is collectors that see my future being bright will seriously consider buying this. If you think $10,000, well, just wait until I blow up. This thing's gonna be worth it.
In the end, though, he decided to give away the hat for free to a random fan instead. And the random fan that ended up winning the hat was none other than Mormon rapper Colby Farron. If you're not familiar with Colby Farron, he was another corny white rapper that people were clowning on back in 2017, mostly for his song Middle Class Gangster.
You don't know me, so please let me explain me. I'm not your average homie with a goatee and stained jeans, boasting how we hit the bottom before we made green. Went broke, smoked speed, trapped out at 18.
The idea that Colby Farron just happened to win the hat at random seemed really suspicious, but surprisingly, he joined the original Posted group on Facebook and explained that he was in fact a genuine fan of Uncle Adam's, and he did enter the contest to win the hat. Colby told everyone that he was planning to make a remix of the original after he got the hat. This is what he came up with.
Say you share the truth, that's what you gotta do. And in this life that you say that you be okay, they tell the truth.
While everyone started off hating Colby, this video really changed their minds quick. It was a great remix, and Colby turned out to be a pretty likable guy. Over time, he slowly became a spokesperson for the original Poster group, trying to push it in a more positive, constructive direction. Colby's ultimate goal was to get Uncle Adams to join the original Poster group, and to finally embrace its plans. After a year of trying to persuade Unc to change his ways, though, little progress was made. And that's when Colby dropped the Emperor Penguin diss track out of nowhere. Even outside the context of corny white rapper internet beef, Emperor Penguin is one hell of a diss track. There are some genuinely really clever lines in it, like, I'm a Latter-day Saint, about to go a former-day saint. Take a lamb to the slaughter. Jesus. This is up there with No Vaseline or The Story of Adito. Now, how do you think Uncle Adams responded to Colby's magnum opus of a diss track? Uncle Adams made a pretty long and rambling video complaining about Colby, calling him a
pathetic rap career to mine. And it's not perfect because people just realize you're a desperate loser, and also you're gonna get obliterated. You're stepping into the ring with somebody who is just so far.
Based on everything Unc is saying here, you would assume that this response track probably destroyed Colby, right? Unfortunately, Unc's response to this track was pretty lackluster. He pretty much just called Colby a little weird Mormon boy who was a bitter ex-fan. This track was really disappointing. Uncle Adams loves to talk big about how he used to be an acclaimed battle rapper when he was younger, but you sure wouldn't guess that based on this track. Maybe he used to overly rely on profanity, which probably is the case considering how vulgar his lyrics used to be, but he really can't seem to form a cohesive argument without devolving into immature naivety. Regardless of the quality of Unc's response, seeing him respond at all was a huge one, and from here on out, Uncle Adams seemed to open up a little more to his fans. This caused his fan base to grow, and in the near future, Unc could soon find new opportunities because of this. In early 2020, Dorian Electro, one of the most popular artists in the hyperpop genre, retweeted a mashup of 100 geeks and Uncle Adams. And months after, Dorian and Uncle Adams would be seen interacting with each other on various social media platforms. In the original posting group, Merlin Sinclair, childhood friend and video producer Ron, said that a collab might be in the works. This was confirmed by Uncle Adams on June 23, 2020. This was a huge deal. This would be his first collaboration with a major artist. It could be the start of a new high point in his career. A clip of the collab was posted on SoundCloud. It was a remix of the Dorian Electro song Gentleman, complete with an Unc verse, and honestly, it was pretty good. Unc definitely delivered on this one. But this snippet is all we would get from this collaboration. In August 2020, a month after the remix snippet was posted, Uncle Adams would post 2 tweets with him face swap on the Little Easy version of Baby. He was immediately hit with harsh criticism both on Twitter and the original posting group. Uncle Adams apologized soon after, but he also decided to tweet a complaint about the whole situation to Elon Musk and Kevin Hart for some reason. Shortly after this whole fiasco, both Unc and Dorian would delete pretty much everything that had to do with them collaborating. And that was the end of that. Now, a lot of people in the original posting speculated that Dorian dropped the collab because of the face swap incident, but I don't think that's actually the whole story. Shortly before the collab was dropped, people were tweeting at Dorian about Unc's dark past, singing him the song Hey Bundle Lipsticks in particular. Dorian Electra identifies as non-binary and is gender fluid, so it makes a lot of sense they might stop the collab after seeing this. Unfortunately, this is pretty much where the Uncle Adams story ends. After the death of his biggest opportunity, Unc took a break from social media for the rest of the year. He came back in 2021 and did some videos explaining and reacting to his most popular songs, released an NFT collection, and he also released the song Who the Man Now, which was an attempt at hyperpop. It's not a great song, but he did record it at home with his own equipment, and you know what? It sounds fine. It's not badly produced. It's pretty sad that it took Unc this long to actually do an entire song on his own without spending hundreds of dollars at a studio. But at least he did eventually learn that lesson. Shortly after this song, though, Unc would pretty much disappear altogether. He hasn't posted anything new publicly since July 2022. Okay, that was a lot, and I didn't even go over everything. I didn't talk about James Allsop, TJAC, the Spite live streams, the Lower Tour, JC Wild, or... There's a lot to the Uncle Adams story, but if I could sum it up with just one statement, it would be that hustle culture doesn't work. If you watch the Elisa Million Mission, it's pretty clear that Unc pays a lot of attention to self-help videos. He even mentions Gary Vee by name in the episodes. Hustle culture influencers love to promote the idea that all success is attained purely by working hard and having the right mindset. But at the end of the day, hard work is just a fraction of what decides whether or not you're successful. People like Gary Vee or Tony Robbins neglect to mention that a very large percentage of successful people were either born into money or a well-connected family. While you can lift yourself up by your bootstraps and become a success even if you were born into it, the people that do this make up only a small percentage of famous and successful people. But self-help bros want to make it seem like anyone can become a millionaire despite their life circumstances because it helps them sell to you. If these influencers show only reasonable paths to success, their only clientele will be already wealthy people who have lots of time to dedicate to personal projects. And those people don't need Gary Vee telling them to quit their 9 to 5 to start their own business. At the end of the day,
every single one of the new ones costs just 1 point. Let's talk about that and the new rules for the hypermounts. The Games Workshop has been some pretty interesting support for a few key Tyranid unit classes. Hello and welcome back to those best tactics. Let's say Games Workshop faction focuses and hitting the Tyranids. Let's talk about their big confirmation to detachment points. And now about the new options that you can use of adding rules for the most stronger in the galaxy. It's always really nice to see that Games Workshop's listening to people and has decided to make their action videos a lot more useful to understand by sharing the basic detachment points for these. They've got a total of the new system and then big detachments behind that have 2 or 3 point costs and then some add-in detachments that you could take alongside like one specific to one unit class. It looked like for at least a good chunk of these preview ones they would almost certainly go through one detachment points, but then they're just simply sort of mid-level ones where I genuinely wasn't sure whether it was going to be 1 or 2. Basically looked like to be a very strong add-in as a 1 detachment point, or pretty weak quarterly force if there were 2. In their social media posts and in this article today, they've confirmed that detachment points are 1 detachment point in all of these preview points. So it means that for each highest faction focus article, in theory you can put all 3 of the new detachments together into 1 army. But that would usually give you a force that gives you some buffs that are scattered across a bunch of different units. Knowing that all of these newer and updated ones are 1 detachment point is pretty handy for interpretation, as it means that these ones will be competing directly against each other in terms of their strength for their army. We still don't know the full picture yet, as we don't know which of the 2 ones are those big 2 detachment points will be. In the language that implied that the vast majority of them are going to be 2 detachment points. As to be honest, if the system is going to work at all, it wouldn't work very well if all of their subtractions are 3. We'll take it as the default for most factions will be able to combine with something else, and these will be a more fun added style thing that you can use to give the faction an interesting little twist on the army going forward. So while the link that can always look like a direct upgrade, that component some of the biggest most impactful upgrade console ones will be 3 then. I guess it really ones like the Gladius Task Force that really help out your army as a whole. Though to be honest, it feels like there will be really quite a lot of armies out there that you could genuinely go either way on. It could be a really big deal whether or not one's classified as a 3 detachment point 1 or 2. But no doubt that some of them will probably be classified weirdly initially. It's quite a big new system, and I'm not expecting it to be super well balanced at launch. And that's a bit unusual as well, that if say detachments like Gladius are 3 detachment points, you might not be able to run that at all at incursion level games, which would feel a bit unusual to me. I think I'd also guess that when we wind up getting the 11th edition Colexes out, by design I'd expect the vast majority of the detachments and those would probably be 2 detachment points to make this whole system worth it. Well, I guess we'll see when that happens. Maybe they will genuinely try and make ones that are just literally standalone forces and weigh them up against the composite ones. In any case, pretty interesting stuff. Really good to know that going forward. At some point I might go back and talk about a few of the ones they've revealed already. Now we know that they're 1 detachment point. Let's get into the new Tyranid detachments then. So far, maybe it doesn't feel like Tyranids have done too terribly from the 11th edition changes yet. It feels like their Shadow and Revolve and new Relictors will be helped out quite a lot by the Battleshock change, with a chance to have units just remain Battleshock once it inflicts it that's on them. Really good news for making the faction mechanic as it is more impactful closing. But at the same time, I'm sure there's plenty of Tyranid players out there that would happily get away from being an army that is quite reliant on Battleshock to do something. In any case, they've got 2 new detachments and 1 updated one here, which is the Gluttonous Warrior themed one. One quite nice supporting added one though is called Ambush Predators. This one's themed around the Lictors variants and the support options that help the Mars Reapers as well. They call Will of Mind Hunger, basically giving you a different way to use your Warlord optics. Death Leapers, Lictors and Neurolictors gain deep strike, and then Neurolictors and regular Lictors reroll hit rolls supporting against current keyword units, but for whatever reason they chose not to give them buff to Death Leaper
himself. It's not the biggest weapon in the world, but if it's just an add-on to an already central attachment, this entirely could be genuinely helpful for the regular lifter, like Fortnite with their 3 rapid ingress. With this, you wouldn't have to just arrive at the edge of the board and then have some pretty big flexibility as to where they could set up. If your band this seems hard to go wrong with spamming 3 regular lifters, so a lot of great growth all around you ability things, between cheap units with deep shot that could do actions and things, or rapid ingress, or just infiltrate normally. Reroll ones against character things certainly doesn't hurt either. Their attacks do have precision and have enough attacks that might genuinely threaten to close support characters, at least for the regular lifter there. They're not always going to be trying to take out heroes with them. Before we move on to the support options for that and the rest of the Tyranid detachments, I'll just give a quick shout out to today's video sponsor, in the Rapid Fire Dice Box by Tempest Terrain, who wanted to share their first successful Kickstarter with you guys, which is basically for an upgrade on their dice counting tool that they've got already. And the dice counting gizmo where you put dice into the top of it, and then it puts them out at the bottom in the rows of 5. It works with a big chunky geared version style dice, and can help with counting them out a little bit, and then new designs basically have them disguised as a whole range of different sci-fi terrain pieces. They have a strap style option that looks rather OP, or Imperial Ruins themed one, and a few others. They are offering the Kickstarter is they can get any 2 of their products for around $70 or £54 or so, including shipping, or have back the things for 3 printers, anywhere STL $17 or £12, we get the entire set for £42 or £42. Excellent on the stuff on offer, and it could be mad centipedes, giants, tumbles, cloud tank, where you have a little roll at the top that go all the way down to roll the last, or a bunch of individual offerings that you just want one thing. In any case, check that out, links down in the video description, and a big thank you to them for sponsoring this one. Getting back to the new Tyranid rules though, and here's the holidays of their ambush process detachment. I said probably the biggest thing about this detachment is their encircling horrors enhancements. This one can give 2 up to 3 new electors or bomb-lines Reaper units, and basically gives them a D3 plus 3 into reactive move where enemies go within 8 inches of them. Well, they're not because that is a really big deal. Actually hard to get to grips with in the first place. You need to get within 12 inches to interact with them in the first place. And with this, there's a pretty reasonable chance they can slink to the other side of a wall that's nearby, or even with a big wall be able to just go out of range, so you can't even shoot them at all. The range on this is a little bit lower than the zombie weapon lieutenant, as is their movement distance, so it means it's not going to be quite so reliably triggering the lone operative rule to prevent shooting once again, but it's still going to make them really quite hard to catch up with, particularly jumping to all sides of walls or backing away from charges. If that one's to be somewhat cheap, that seems absolutely excellent to have 4 lone operative utility support, and I guess it would be used quite a lot. Then finally, for one to that point, there's counter predation, and this one's kind of interesting as it interacts with the new hidden ability but makes it a negative. That means that any of the Elixir variants or Bone Lines Leapers get +1 strength and +1 AP when they're targeting that unit, provided it is currently hidden. It does mean that if your opponent wants to prevent this, then it might not be the hardest just by firing some weapons. But to be honest, provided the enemy's got at least some punchy firepower, I guess you probably want most of the units on objectives hidden most of the time, and then that you would probably get the chance to use this. It would be nice against home objective units too. For the Elixir variants, it makes their attacks significantly more punchier. Strength 8, AB3, and damage 2 for Death Reaper and the regular Elixir. And Bone Lines Leapers have loads of attacks, but low AP1 makes them a bit more underwhelming, and there's definitely a profile that will enjoy this. Overall, you can just bolt this on to a regular Tyranid force. It does look like a pretty helpful little add-on detachment that helps units that are already pretty great. But I'd say in fact one of the biggest things for those reactive moves, if that enhancements are very cheap or very expensive, it's going to be a big deal. Next up, we've got the Warrior Biocon Onslaught. This one was the Corruptness detachment that's been pretty rarely used. The stat line of the Tyranid Warriors in 10th edition just hasn't really been very compatible with using them as the sort of frontline damage and defensive units that you want to use them as. Being like I said, that this one's being reinterpreted as a 1 detachment front army. It does look like it could be far more useful though. Just support 1 element of the army rather than trying to make it the actual thing that carries your army's power. The rule for this one is fairly similar to the previous. Couple of the warriors, so you can take lots of them if you want. A 5+ invulnerable save for warriors and farms. It looks like it's lost the extra OC thing that the detachment have currently. The 5+ invulnerable save thing does genuinely look pretty handy on units that have a 4+ save. The main warriors being so fragile that you don't want them on the front line. It's not really going to fit them into being outright tough units. It feels like in 11th edition, the extra invulnerable save is going to be even more impactful. As cover no longer gives you a buff to your saving throws, so there are going to be more things that are going to be triggering that invulnerable save than before. It still doesn't really help when you survive against small arms or heavy bolter equivalents, which are quite strong into warriors as well, but will be genuinely useful against sort of special weapons and anti-tank equivalents. Then for enhancement, we've got one called Elevated Mars. This one's just a regular enhancement, so just one copy of it would seem. And it basically gives a prime a pretty massive damage boost. And give it to either a winged prime or a prime with lash whip. And it's able to reroll wound rolls and get an extra AP on their melee attacks. It's certainly nice enough to have the winged prime have a little bit more melee damage, but it seems like you're creating an absolute combat monster for the melee prime, which has already got so strong a day sheet for its points cost at the moment. If people are randomly spamming it and throwing it into horrible units, or even running it solo in tournaments, Games Workshop casually decided that the lash whip would be extra attack, and previously it was a mainline profile, so it had 4 attacks apiece at strength 9, AP2 and damage 3, including the +1 strength from Synapse, and then also an extra 8 attacks at strength 5, AP2 and damage 1. And on top of that, all the profiles get sustained hits as well next to the rule. Both those profiles will absolutely love both the extra AP and the reroll wound rolls as a sort of mid-strength. The average damage of a Tyrant Prime with Lash Whip on his own here would kill around about 6 Space Marine Intercessors, which is pretty brutal. Average of around about 3 slain Terminators, about 7 or 8 wounds to a toughness 10 3+ save vehicle. I guess this one might be quite an extensive enhancement as a result, though knowing Games Workshop, maybe they priced it for the initial stat line of the Tyranid Plan, so it might well be cheaper than you might expect. Unless this one winds up being very, very expensive though, seems like it could be an easy way to have an absolutely massive beefsteak character. And finally, for one command point, we've got Alien Physiology. This one looks like a genuinely useful durability strategy for Tyranid warriors, and it's harking back to transhuman physiology for the Space Marines, giving you a -1 to wound this phase against anything where the enemy's strength is greater than your toughness value, which will be on 3 or better normally. This is more objective durability strategy, means that you can be maybe -1 to hit and cover, -1 to wound from this, and also have that invulnerable save to make them just that little bit tankier on the front line. And still going to have the downside that basically just about every profile will have a 40k. It's not okay into that, because like they're just going to get some to the point where they're not super fragile, which like Games Workshop might have made a typo in this one, as at the moment there's no off clause for the strategy that says when you work for one phase, until the intention is that it's just for one phase as opposed to an ongoing effect. As stratagems don't generally tend to do that, so that one might well get patched. Once again, knowing that this one's just one attachment point, looks like it could be overall useful. Also options do generally seem solid support options, and will depend overall on how strong the Tyranid warriors are. Their base sheets have been particularly powerful ones in 10th edition. And finally we have the Talons of the Norn Queen. This one again is quite a focused attachment, just going around the Norn Emissary and Norn Assimilator. So I guess you may be taking 2 or more of those in your army. You could pick this up as your extra supporting piece to give them some bonus support. At the moment, Emissary is solid enough as a big tanky and dangerous mid-board monster. The Assimilator a bit lesser placed. It's got a bit more of a danger profile, though the invulnerable save lets it down a bit. The core rule for this one isn't an absolutely crazy buff, but it does seem like a legitimately helpful thing for these guys. Each one of these gets to redesignate their singular purpose rule once per game. That's the rule they usually declare at the start of the battle.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? Thanks for joining. Stick around. Let's have some fun.
No pain save on, designate one enemy unit for destruction, and reroll or hit some wounds against it. Because that marking the objective is a more reliable source of value, as it makes them genuinely quite tanky there, and the objective mark was probably yours until they get destroyed. But in the right game where your opponent actually has to move forward with one scary thing, the damage block was a really big one. But making it so you can choose to flip that mid-game, they give you a whole bunch of different options. I guess if you have started in damage mode, you will flex the OC if it happens to put the points to your control in the command base, or if you will on one objective and then you decide to move, charge and destroy something on another objective, you could choose to nominate that second objective to suddenly be the one where you get your Thermal payment. Or maybe the most obvious way to get high in the play is just for the one to move on to the objective, get a Thermal pain and objective control, then you have the option of whether or not you want to put them into raid mode and roll a damage round page after that, or depending whether the enemy can qualify for Thermal pain, then targets the closest enemy scary target that they can reach, and know that you're going to get 4 effect damage rerolls into that unit, which will make it like a very fun option. And for the supporting rules for this one, there's one for the Norn Emissary. It's a points upgrade, so you can upgrade 3 of them if you wanted. That gives their ranged attacks anti-character 2+, so always will need any unit with a character keyword or 2. They don't have any devastating wounds, so it's not just going to be punching straight through armor saves. There's lots of time when they're not going to be targeting character units, so it's just not going to have any effect at all. It becomes like the sort of unit that will come up and hitting quite a big way from time to time. If it was a leader unit leading a big squad of infantry, that blast attack would be everything on a 2+ is quite nice. It does have a precision profile, so I guess you could use that to wound characters on a 2+. That damage only being a D3 though, it is a slightly weak attack. Otherwise, for really big things like Robodon, Tank Commanders, or Imperial Knights, it means that it's the last tower equivalent to that with Windows on a 2+, which is quite a big boost. Overall, I feel like it's going to be at least a relatively cheap upgrade there, just given the fact it's going to be doing nothing if you're not targeting a character. Then finally, for 1 command point, we've got Catalytic Biofortification. Fancy name for a 1 command point for the more assimilator to get a 4+ feel no pain against mortal wounds. They're basically borrowing the base sheet rule of the more emissary there. I guess it's not awful given that they have high saves with the 2+ armor save, which doesn't get the invulnerable save though, because with Games Workshop said in their article, if you're about to be hit by a whole ton of mortal wounds, that could genuinely be worth it, which is going to be kind of niche that that's the case. And if you've already got a 5+ feel no pain for being on an objective, if you've chosen that one, it's probably not going to be worth using this, but the durability increase just isn't all that much. Overall, first impressions though, if you're building multiple of these, being able to switch around those imperatives does legitimately look quite helpful. Looks like you're putting out a very straightforward game plan of pick 3 more emissaries, moving up to objectives on turn 1 if it's possible, tank the enemy damage with the feel no pain, score some points with the OC, and then depending on where the enemy units are, you've got the option to flip them into damage mode and go on the offensive. Overall, as for the rest of the detachments, the rules are a little bit low-key. I think it really helps to interpret these that they aren't going to be the main event anymore, and as we know that all of these are bonus add-ons on top of something that you can already have, I think it makes them far more feels good. As you quite like the feel of these Tyranid ones, I think at first impressions, for most Tyranid armies, the ones that help out the lone operatives seems like the most handy, particularly if those reactive moves are cheap, and the other two will encourage you to build with another element of an army. You might put stuff on for further damage dealers if you didn't have the motivation for those detachments. Let me know your thoughts though. I'll be interested to hear your takes down in the comments below. That's about it for this one then. I'll leave that there. Thank you to the Battlefield Icebox people on there for you one for playing your own wargame terrain for sponsoring the video. You can check out their designs linked down in the video description. If you want to take a look at their dice trays and the Battlefield boxes to allow for dice for rolling and cards, which is already quite well funded on Kickstarter. I'll leave that there for now though. Feel free to subscribe to Custodes Tactics if you'd like to see more like this. I'll certainly keep the regular 40k videos coming, with new ones out just about every day. If you've been enjoying the videos on the channel, Custodes Tactics does have a Patreon page as well. You can find that links in the video description. Channel patrons get a fair few advantages, seeing certain videos early, regular votes to see what sort of things happen next on the channel, and automatic entry onto the regular prize giveaways with a chance to win some big model kits each month. If any of that sounds good to you, or you'd just like to help support, links in the video description. In any case, a massive thank you for listening, and I'll hope to see you guys next time.
Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Putting me off of painting the other shoes black. I don't think there's anything else black on this model.
one raptor that I was very, very close to in the first film, and we had a bit of a thing going, and we wanted to get back together on this one. And they're probably getting married in early next year. You're the first to know.
Jurassic Park has got to be one of the most baffling blockbuster franchises of all time. Ever since it relaunched 10 years ago, each subsequent entry has earned well over $1 billion at the global box office, regardless of their critical reception. While Jurassic branded merch continues to rake in genuinely eye-watering sums of money for Universal year after year, even when there isn't a new film out in theaters. Yet, if you go online, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who actually likes the Jurassic Park films beyond Steven Spielberg's 1993 classic. Obviously, the internet isn't a perfect reflection of reality, even at the best of times, but still, that's kind of remarkable, right? Like, here's a 6, now 7 movie franchise that has only gotten more profitable as movies have become less beloved. Like, how is that even possible? Well, I mean, one explanation is that people just have so much goodwill for the original Jurassic Park that they keep showing up for the sequels, even if they didn't necessarily love the last one. The Glendale Archives is one of the eeriest entries to analog horror in years. It's a video journal recorded by the last man on Earth, and it was subject to documenting his struggle for survival and sanity amidst brutal experiments. One mysterious force robbed humanity from their cities did so months ago, and these tapes don't offer easy answers to the questions no one is left to ask. What happened to everyone? Why are those so-called nesters roaming out abandoned streets? Who keeps restarting star shuttles? And of course, if everyone else is gone, who exactly found this found footage and production? And today, you and I will be exploring the mysteries behind the Glendale Archives. I'll walk you through each tape, revealing their secrets, and putting together a picture of what might have happened to the rest of humanity. Then, I'll give you my theories about the past and my predictions for what might happen next. Most importantly, I'll tell you what I think is really going on underneath the surface with that mysterious subject. Now, that subject may be all along, you're still stuck on the internet for people. People who kind of suck. Don't you wish your time online could suck a little less? Unfortunately, that's not possible. You're stuck with me. Today's sponsor, NordVPN. The internet is a wild place, and scammers always just like you. But NordVPN is one of the best ways to keep yourself safe online. Over the years, I've built several objects from the tales of Appalachia. I would normally disclose details about the incident online, but NordVPN keeps my data safe, encrypting everything I send and keeping my secret. But that's not all NordVPN does. If you, like me, want to shop online, you may find yourself sourcing essentials from shops that don't even exist. Regular VPNs can't help you, but NordVPN's fake shop protection feature helps make sure you get exactly what you pay for. And exactly what you deserve. Perfect experience on this outdated internet. You can support the channel and get 4 extra months of NordVPN for free. You go to NordVPN.com/Imagine and use the code Imagine at checkout. Just click the link at the top of the description. Thanks so much to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. And with that, let's get right into our first tape. The earliest tape we have, titled "The World is Empty, Everything is Mine," follows our subject as he travels north of New York City to his childhood home in the suburbs. The city has been purged of human life. But that doesn't mean the streets are lifeless. Creatures known as nesters now live anywhere people once were. They look like people, but they don't move or stand around. Arguably, the most haunting feature of this empty world is the nightly wailing of the nesters, almost as if they were calling to each other, like semi-human coyotes locating members of their pack. At night, the nesters explore Hollow City, searching for some unlocked escape of the elements. They gravitate towards places like closets or attics, the darkest parts of the house, where they feel the safest. All too often, our subject is broken into an apartment, believing he is alone, only to wake up to something else scraping about inside his shelter, and be forced to sneak out after night. Recently, however, the
The listeners noticed the subject focus was when their family businesses started to help. They started feeling like homes when they pretended to be not told what the listeners might do to their subject, but based on their varied attempts to get things quantified, can't imagine it's anything good. We're going to know about these creatures soon, but for now, just know that our subject is ready to avoid nesters by all costs, even if that means leaving the city. At daybreak, he says farewell to New York and its endless hiding places. The subject elaborates on why he's chosen to head north as distorted footage from his childhood plays in the background. The big cities have become nestor hotspots, but our subject believes the suburbs may play host to fewer crews. Even if the nesters have taken the presidency, he knows all the nooks and crannies of this family home. It would be hard for only by the guests to stow away in secret. But subject says that if he's going to go down, he wants to go down early. From the way he says it, it's obvious he's not looking for me. And honestly, I get it. I'd rather expire at home than in some random, probably good dude's apartment. Unfortunately, the fastest road now is direct through the mountains. He's got 3 straight days of hiking ahead of him, so not exactly wanting him to go back to shorten such a long trip, even if it involves a long hike through the wilderness. Fewer nesters out there, and much of the window about how this plays out, I just like a camping video with the subject commenting on the weather, enjoying the sights, but passing along his expertise to the viewer. In points before the content back like that, no such viewer exists. The sun begins to set, and our subject detects a nearby nester. For unknown reasons, the nesters cause some sort of radio interference. Interference that our subject can pick up with the walkie-talkie he keeps on her back pocket. Based on the signal, he thinks this one is about a quarter of a mile away, just close enough to cause concern. The subject wanders away from the nester and into the enclosing darkness of the winter woods. But soon, the radio begins. Pressing me for shelter forces the subject to start his camera and construct a map. When the camcorder's meager light rejoins the faint rays of the moon, both the nesters can be heard screeching through the forest behind their subject. Thankfully, he's managed to separate the house, and there's nothing but the door to object to his occupancy. The house is guarded, but compared to his, it's almost crazy. Or at least, it might be, if not for the obvious signs of the light interrupted. Bullets were discarded on the living room floor as if they were still being opened just before it happened. Nevertheless, the subject neglects to comment. With a final check of his radio, he determines that the nesters are making their way from the house and cleans out for the night. The subject wakes up and decides to engage in a little bit of downtime. Figures coffee, wants a jigsaw puzzle, and even plays a little bit of guitar until he notices the large radio behind him incorporates the illusion of normalcy of the smallest hope of human connection. James, forced back into reality by the radio silence, the subject decides it's time for me. Also, because our subject refers to himself as Tricky Spinner with his radio pulse on, I'll call him Tricky rather than the subject, the quarter. Tricky packs her bags and vehicles into a mountain snow. It's peaceful and it's like this is supposed to be. During his trek down the mountain, the captain shouts that it portals surreal and beautiful. Serenity is so distracting that just as quickly as you're treated, what seems to come action back then is more. With a happy heart still separating Tricky from the home, he steps into a new environment. And inside, it's like everyone just stood up and left, leaving everything running. The tables are set with silverware. Surprisingly, the electricity still works. Tricky helps himself to their circles of coffee and chats with the family for a bit before falling asleep the night the blues. It's perfect, exciting, and it's all one of the worst place he's ever slept. Like the following day, the family arrives at the edge of his neighborhood. With the sun nestling beneath the horizon once more, Ricky is forced to accelerate his approach and check on the house for nesters. Luckily for him, Zoom herself enough to look at his window, and after a quick check with the radio, he manages to squeeze inside. As he feels each room in turn, Ricky's mind is flooded with memories. He says that a perfect time to let him be. He gives us the grand tour, explaining what each room used to be, unintentionally highlighting something incredibly strange about the home. It's completely empty. Whereas the other places Tricky stayed seemed almost frozen in time, this house is missing any sign of life, as if whatever had erased his family had also scrubbed every effect of their existence from the home. In some way, however, it almost makes it feel less lonely. Like the mountain, something like this is supposed to be empty. If anything's in place, it's tricky. Looks like it's furniture just needs more places. So,
This isn't like those things where you pick something in calories from the place, and then you can put some food in the box, the gas station, and everything. You can chicken skip through this big door, and then clean the windows, and escape back through into the basement. Open the door to the kitchen where there is 2 exits. Check them out to go upstairs because that's a place where there's something. It feels now a cheap room living room. So I can have that right here, some bread to cheese and out and God and
Tricky's prediction of a good night's sleep is upended when he realizes that he's made a mistake. He thought he checked everywhere. He forgot the first place he should have checked. The basement closet, just across from the window where he first entered the home, contains a nest. Its occupant is nowhere to be found. But who knows when it could be found? An abandoned nest isn't anything uncommon. But you don't become the last man on earth by making assumptions. Ricky checks for signs the nest will not return. One of the closet is plastered with some dark fluid that's been hand smeared across the wall. Along with the painted filth, comes a collection of old photos, a sleeping bag, and a small tape recorder. Tricky, the most concerning part is the sleeping bag. That's extremely rare for a nester to leave their sleeping bag. To me, however, take the photo and photographs of that much. Because keep them in the as we continue by the end of the video will become very important. Ricky decides that the nest is probably dead, so he plans to stay in the house for a couple of days. Anyway, tonight, the more important things than monsters of being Papa is going to make himself some grilled cheese. Yeah, so there's just like a cooking tutorial in the middle of this video, and it isn't even the only one in the series. Here, Tricky teaches us how to make a straight, busting grilled cheese. Step 1. Good adult fun, babe. That's right, we're not doing just any old grilled cheese. We're doing campfire toasted grilled cheese. That smoked, savory, roasted grilled cheese. That grilled cheese can make a nester say, please? And let me tell you, that ain't something that can be done with ease. When the pan is hot, Add your butter and garlic. Let it start to brown, and slap down those cheesy bones. Watch it close. The fire is an uneven heat source. Lose focus and you'll get a grilled cheese that's half burnt. But that's just fine. Tricky. He's always liked his a little extra crispy. That is a grilled cheese. That's gonna crunch. Let's listen to this crunch. Woo! Okay. I'm tasting this humor. Who's in with that? Can you believe it? I'm tasting this humor. It's hard. Not really hard. It's like we're nesting a bit when Jackie is dead. Which, tell me the whole lot. Before power went on, Tricky tunes in to hear the weather on his radio. The voice crackles through the static, but don't get your hopes up. The weather reports are aired from a number of unmanned meteorology stations across the country, humanity included. When the report ends, Tricky simply sets the radio aside and leaves it on. Every night, he sleeps with the radio on so he can listen for incoming nesters. He says that he should be able to hear anything within a 5-mile radius. I find this claim a little dubious. The nester on the mountain was only a quarter-mile away when Tricky mentioned it. I'm sure he knows better than I do. Tricky snuggles into his sleeping bag until, late at night, he hears something in the basement. Or at least, he thinks he is. When he goes to check, seems like it was sleeping. As he closes the door, a single frame, someone is staring up from the basement above the steps. Tricky doesn't notice it, but its presence seems to confirm my suspicions. The radio safety net isn't so secure after all. The very end of this video includes footage I don't yet understand. It's a short message from a woman calling herself the archivist, the one who collected, edited, and published everything we've seen. That seems to answer a question about who found the footage, but the archivist may simply serve as a vehicle to deliver the story. I'll talk about her more in the analysis section, so for now, just remember that she exists. Take 2, The World is Finally Empty, opens by letting us know that it's been 4 days since Tricky started squatting in his chimney now. There are no signs of the nester in the basement, or at least none are mentioned. Tricky finally tells the camera that it's been 81 days since he saw another human. He plans to head further north in search of people, following the map that he recently discovered. There are 3 places he wants to check: a mall, a subway station, and a museum. While he explains his plan to us, we see footage of Tricky playing around in a parking lot somewhere near the city. He pans the camera over to reveal Dix, previously just out of frame, before zooming in on what might be a distant nester, asleep in another shopping. They'll be best to get a move on. Thankfully, the social centers are only a few miles away, and as always, Tricky has his walkie-talkie to help him with nesters. First up is the mall. The mall is vast and open, which could be good or bad. Tricky is less likely to encounter a concealed nester, but also nowhere to hide if something goes wrong. On the flip side, the mall is surprisingly lively. It still has working electricity, all the lights are on. There's even some arcade games running as though nothing is wrong.
This like really makes me hungry because it's a food like that. Just looking to like maybe things just
There's no one. Someone is playing music. Tricky follows the sound. That's the best chance he's had for survival in months. Most likely to more, these plain, well-kept trees so vibrant as to suggest that they're still being cultivated by someone. These are underways and rooms raging with the sounds. Unfortunately, the rooms are not. This village Tricky exploring the mall was the first I ever saw from the Grand Universe. And everything was so still, silent. I immediately assumed it was created in blue or 10 pixels. Then, Tricky just walks into frame. No shady green screen, no digital trickery. It's a real place, shot with an ordinary camera that truly is overlooked without ears. This one shot to me immediately makes the series feel magnitudes more real and surreal all at once. Soon, he tracks the music back to its source.
moving towards there's absolutely nothing here. What is like what seeing what is going on?
Whoever let the music play has been better at lying. He checks around to make sure that no one is hanging out nearby, but he finds nothing. With his hopes dashed yet again, and the day drawing to an end, Tricky decides that his time is best spent elsewhere. Partially motivated to arrive there. Visit. His totally casual tone, Tricky admits something horrible.
That's just a figure that I've encountered before that moved towards me. Mr. Brilliant. He seems to know this way. There's something you just don't trust.
An entity he calls Mr. Wyatt show up at the mall. He says that Mr. Wyatt sometimes continues. Is this the next door? Something else? Two shots that were shown of Mr. Wyatt. He almost reminds me of the shadow in Tricky's face. His next stop is the subway, or as he calls it, the underground course. The tunnels are predictably about as empty as the mall, but they freak me out. And again, it's like taking a step back, considering the production of the series, and asking, how is this recorded? Something like this. You should pretty much understand exactly what the accent is. In a subway station, so close to New York City, and this, and he wanders beneath the city, finding abandoned businesses and societies. He talks about how easy it is to get food in a place like this. He's ready to have a place and try to fly up the rocks because it's so dangerous. The monster can be supernatural. This is the style of after this, flipping the angle towards his destination. His friend on a strange signal from his radio, prompting him to enter a nearby rundown ice cream parlor. He broke in and helped himself to a cup of ice cream. This is, after all. But it was just a time only to realize his mistake was not done. He had stayed out too late, yet again. This time, there was nowhere safe for him to take shelter. The very ice cream parlor he had been in at nightfall had already been claimed by a pair of distracted nesters munching away at something in one of the closets. Not sure if that's ice cream breed. After After a few close calls with nesters in the darkness, Tricky finally comes across his best option for the night, the enclosed slide in a children's playground. It's a sucky place to sleep, but it's the best he's got. Lying there, slanted upright, his feet exposed to the darkness, Tricky must have missed even the comfort of the diner booths from the last day. In the end, even if the slide made a crummy bed, at least I didn't turn into his coffin. The sun rose the following morning and signaled that it was time for Tricky to visit his last stop, the museum. The museum, which Tricky also calls the taxidermy house, is arguably the creepiest of the three locations. It's full of stuffed animals and fake people, illustrations of the way our world once was. Obviously, to you or I, these things may seem innocent, but Tricky's hopes work against him. He wants to see movement so badly that he sees it even when there isn't any. His experience of the uncanny is magnified by how lifelike yet lifeless the models are. At one point, he approaches an exhibit featuring a pair of woolly mammoths, mother and child.
Mammoth? Alright. Let me take you north a little bit, right?
Just looks so sad. Pushing the border of the window archives is clearly manifest in private moments like this one. Escaping subhuman pursuers in the night is undoubtedly difficult and terrifying, but it's also distracting. I think that's part of the reason that Tricky is able to speak so calmly about the masters. He sees them as a challenge to be overcome. I'm sure that for most viewers, Nesters are scared of the series. However, when Tricky is given the space to comprehend the weight of his loneliness, we see what scares him. Tricky leaves the mammoth behind and continues to film other exhibits throughout the museum. He comes to an exhibit where two loggers are at work on the felled trees.
I like this guy with the caveman beard on.
That's kind of like weird to me. He just looks focused to me. Tricky continues for the museum, and at this point, it's clear that he's just enjoying the trip to the museum.
Was this like a political or something? I'm really known for the entire ocean. That's pretty generous. But Model T. And I'm taking this puppy out for a swim.
If I were in this situation, all social conventions would go out the window. I'm going to be talking on the exhibits, messing with all the stuff, and generally acting like a child. Tricky doesn't do that, however. He walks around in the most civilized way you can imagine. He even whispers as though he's trying not to disturb other patrons. Because he already possesses freedom and abundance, what Tricky really wants is moments, just as he demonstrated with his problem-solving and planning at home. Are there moments like these where he pretends nothing is wrong or deeply important to him? Poses at his trip to the taxidermy house with a shot of a long, lifeless stag standing proudly in the midst of a public land. Tricky ends the video by reflecting on the biggest mystery in his life: the masters. He says that all he really knows about them is that they can do magic, just like realism. They are database Oxford, trying to explain how the Austin shot nesters and Mr. Whiteout get attacked. They can quickly turn violent, as we'll see through time. Hope is in short supply after the day's expedition, but Tricky isn't giving up. He thought of another book south towards the water. It was like and it's time to find the courage that's difficult yet again. Take 3, titled The Mysteries Found Me, was a quick video posted to the Window Archives channel, right up to the middle of the time in this photo. It starts with Tricky mentioning that it's his 8th day in his childhood home. So much for staying just a couple of days. Having a consistent shelter, enabled him to walk the line between self-care and self-sabotage. Using water and electricity for bathing and cooking was one thing, but house lights may as well be a dinner bell for nesters, especially at night. Tricky took great pains not to attract attention, wanted to screw it all up by accidentally leaning against the light switch one night. Now he started seeing nesters lurking in the woods just behind his house. The one he managed to capture on tape appears to be a tall, gray, hairless man with a white smile. He mentions later that the height is typically 7 feet and 6 inches, which immediately makes the nesters way more intimidating than the thought, and way scarier than they have any right to be. First of all, Tricky lost track of the nester and has no idea where it went. Thankfully, Griffin would beat Kevin McAllister's school for brutalizing home intruders, and the rest of his tape is spent rigging the house with traps. Before that, however, he travels to the grocery store to pick up chicken and parmesan so he can make his favorite dish for dinner. But never guess what it is. I'll give you with me. It's chicken parmesan. The entire store is well lit and well stocked, but completely devoid of human life. As he gathers his ingredients, he pays close attention to the darkest portions of the store. As much food is bound to attract the occasional nester. Which, speaking of, where is all this food coming from? I wouldn't really question it if I thought it was grabbing canned goods and other non-perishable stuff. He's getting like raw chicken. Unless fresh food just magically appears on the shelves, someone is restocking it. And with everything we've seen so far, I'm not sure which I'll sooner believe. After hearing some unsettling sound on the butcher's counter, Tricky wraps up his shopping trip, being sure to set out some money on the cash register before he leaves. He really doesn't have to do that, but then it's money that really keeping him in either. Back at the house, Tricky has identified 3 places that are just aching for a break-in. Firstly, the easiest place for a nester to sneak in is the basement window, the very same Tricky used when he arrived at the house. Since the window has no lock, he sets up a tripwire trap. Not a wire that triggers a trap, but literally just a wire that you trip on and fall onto a knife. Cartoon boards with one of the basement door, which is so warped from age that it no longer fits the door frame and therefore cannot be locked. It's okay though. The man is playing. If a nester enters through here, they'll hear a tape recorder in the next room playing the voice sound. These recorder no more than deeper inside or into a sensor triggers. You know, I'm starting to get a bad feeling about the efficacy of these traps. The third and final weak point is the port passage door, which leads to the broken basement door. The trap for this one, and I think you're really going to like this, it is a handful of matches taped to the door so that they hopefully catch on fire and ignite a big bottle of lighter fluid that's taped kind of close to the matches. This thing's going to die, isn't it? Tricky ain't dying on an empty stomach. No, sir, it's chicken parm time. He goes above and beyond with this cooking segment, giving us an aerial view of the cutting board. With every step towards cheesy, crispy goodness, he explains how each technique will improve the final taste or texture. Tricky fries his chicken, puts the parm and chicken parmesan, and chucks the fillets in the oven to broil. If cheese gets gooey, he sets up camp in the living room, fire and rolling out the sleeping bag. He does some push-ups to pass the time before heating the marinara. Once his food is ready, he puts special care into cleaning out meats. This indeed flavors taste. Really filthy.
He misses eating food that someone else cooked for him. But the chicken parmesan never really turns out well unless you make it yourself. That seems to set his mind on the past, before the woman disappeared. Man, I don't know anything this way. Particularly the swing. Missing something that very contains. Paradoxically, Tricky wasn't a huge fan of people when they were still around. Plenty of violence about people right now. Common thing for people. Emotionally. So often, others acted entitled to his time. Like critics, unbelievably gobbling up as much of his existence as possible. He hated jobs for being more about looking busy than actually being productive. You might get all your work done in a couple of hours, but unless you put on a good show for the next 6 hours, your boss would be mad that he didn't squeeze your time for all it was worth. It was all just so fake. It didn't stop at work, though. People used to pester Tricky about getting a cell phone, but he never did. He didn't want to be seen as available all the time. Getting a cell phone felt like it was inviting people into my life more than now. I don't want that. It's not natural for people to have that kind of access to another person. Feels like one-way communication was the key. He says that if somebody asked for his time and he didn't want to give it, he would sometimes just lie, say that he was already busy. He wonders if that was selfish of him, if he should have just been honest that he needed to relax. But that never felt like a good reason for this point somewhere. Ricky was a people pleaser, someone who takes responsibility for the emotions of everyone around them. But when everything feels like your fault, and even the shallowest interactions become exhausting, being alone is just easy. When you're alone, you just rest without constantly trying to grow as a person. Maybe the truth is that I really want to play as a kid for connecting with the people around me. I would never feel there was something. It's hard to know how much this perspective damaged Tricky's relationship with those closest to him. He convinced himself that his family just wanted to use his time and enjoy his presence, because then it was easier to pull away. And this makes Tricky pretty strong. Don't really like people around him particularly important, but they also tend to be a people pleaser. When people ask for my time, I feel like I need a valid reason to turn them down. That said, it's important to know that you don't need a good reason to say no to being taken advantage of. But then, knowing when you're being taken advantage of can be hard. In some ways, the self-hatred really runs so deep, and I still can't picture people actually wanting to talk to me just to talk to me. It's safer to believe that everybody is a time-sucking vampire to actually live for Jack. He doesn't know when he became so guarded, but Tricky can't remember a time when he ever truly felt safe around other people. He always thought that if the pain ever got too bad, he could talk about it, share it with someone, and then his brother died. The hurt was overwhelming, but what motivated Tricky to reach out to someone, it only pushed him deeper into bitterness, isolation, and fear. That's why Tricky can't get up the search for other survivors. He needs someone to share the burden with him, to care for the day he sees people again. But it's not just himself, but another. I am like hope, and I attract genuine connection.
As his spontaneous therapy session comes to a close, Tricky slips into his sleeping bag, snuffs out the fire, turns on his radio, and drifts off to sleep. Until 6 a.m., when an inhuman scream rises above the hiss and hum of the radio. The sound escalates as Tricky investigates the basement door. Somehow, the matches and lighter fluid trap actually worked, proven by the flaming nester arriving in the yard. The screen glitches, and the episode ends. We pick up again in tape 4, the shortest released so far, with Tricky having returned to the mountain home from tape 1 to reflect on the feelings festering within him. Being so supremely isolated makes it hard to move on from past pains, but it makes them much easier to ignore. There's no judgment, no outside expectation to grow, change. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, and that's exactly where our subject finds himself now. As the title of this episode suggests, Tricky doesn't want to get better. When he explains his feelings, he makes two hypothetical references to addiction. It sounds like Tricky may have found some self-destructive ways to cope before the world went silent, but he isn't very specific. Whatever it was hurting him and the people around him, but he wasn't willing to change. The idea of telling somebody that horrified Tricky. It felt entirely unacceptable to say he didn't want to work on it, but it was the truth. A truth he never found the courage to share before it was too late. Ironically, he feared that if he refused to change, people would abandon him.
They're looking for love for somebody that's trying to say, you like. And that love for what we can get hate.
He wonders where we even get our ideas of good and bad. Some things, like natural disasters or even death itself, are called bad, even though they really aren't. They may be scary or unknown, but they aren't bad. They just are. He wonders how much he's changed himself. Even
Okay, I guess. Okay, I guess. Banned. Go away, bots. No one likes you. You suck.
Take 5 begins with Tricky telling us that he's been attacked. It seems like he's fine, but from the visuals we're shown, I'm guessing the nester is not. The day began with a quiet morning with coffee, contemplation, and cookies. This is the simplest recipe so far. Just peanut butter, sugar, and an egg. Amidst his mixing, Nestor announces itself with a veil of Tricky's door. However, Tricky is unfazed, and he gets back to baking. He rolls the dough into balls and presses them flat with a fork. The cookies chill in the fridge while Tricky begins a walkabout meal. Curiosity has led him to a new location in his mouth. After passing some nesters, he arrives at a place he calls the facility. Clearly, this was some sort of art installation. Scattered heaps of geometry litter the landscape alongside stranger structures. One of the weirdest is a long shaft with a goat's head on one end and a single wheel on the other, like a rat or a giant demon baby. Then there's this two-dimensional house.
This is a very interesting figure, though. This looks like some sort of like colonial building that's smart.
Tricky treats the facility like an adult playground. He's reminded of adventures with others and wishes he could laugh with other people again. In particular, Tricky seems to miss his family. He recalls a prank he once played, where he needed him to imitate his father. At first, he started dressing like him and answering to his name. Dad, said Rover. He started sleeping in his father's bed, and even went to the point of making a copy of his social security card. His family didn't seem to find any of his funniest Tricky did. They thought he took it all a little too far. It seems that even Tricky's happy memories with people are not conflicted. He stops at a collection of wooden beams laid out in rectangular patterns, sits down to enjoy some hash browns. He notes that many markets still have electricity, and speculate as to why. To this day, this is one of the biggest questions I have about the series. Who's maintaining everything? Unless the cities are running on the borrowed time of a dying power grid, someone is keeping the lights on. Surely it isn't the Nesters, and Tricky's hands are full with his own house. This is one of those points that I hope we'll receive more information about in later chapters. As he travels to another area of the facility,
Hello, Julian Phillips. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for checking it out. I know you're not gonna stay, but I'm gonna keep greeting you because I see you literally every day. And I know you don't hear me. Oh, so many people joining. 7 views. Oh, wow, wee. I am truly blessed this day. What do you think? Any good? I guess we'll know better when it dries, but... I like it. Looks kinda alright to me. I mean, nothing special.
Tricky managed to escape unscathed, he was unable to fully shake the Nestor from his trail. Though the Nestor is only shown for a moment, we get a pretty good look at it. It's wearing a hospital gown and its pose, hands over its ears, mouth frozen in a silent scream, is the same as the Nestor we saw at the beginning and end of tape 4. I believe that this Nestor, who I call the patient on account of its clothes, started suffering after his last trip to the mountain. There was something
How's it going, everybody? Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Woo.
Nesters have poor eyesight and, frankly, aren't particularly smart. Mirrors are confusing for them, and once a Nestor spots its reflection, it will attack the mirror, shattering it and then cutting itself in large shards. Finally, Tricky breaks a sensor under his weapon mat to trigger an alarm and set them. If a Nestor gets close, just as one did earlier that morning, the alarm will play and draw the Nestor's attention away from the house. With full confidence in his defenses, Tricky treats himself to a chaperone rubber bag.
complete with various cleansers and ointments to rejuvenate his skin. Just like his cooking tutorials, he takes joy in explaining each step of his relaxation process to the camera. He mentions needing to cut his hair soon, but admits that he misses salons. In particular, having another person to wash his hair and scrub his head. Based on his earlier comments, an interaction with another person and the experience of physical contact without the stress of expectation must have been very valuable to Tricky. Now, it's just another thing he has to do for himself. For the shower, Tricky slips into the bath, practices some mindful breathing, and slaps a couple of cucumber slices over his eyes. That's how you know he's really relaxed. Even so, his serenity is interrupted as Tricky once again calls the Nestor attack. Somehow, he always knows when an attack is coming. The air changes, and there's a sensation like a dose of Novocaine wearing off. I made the mistake of ignoring that shaming in the past. It's almost like we can't prove that. Part of me wants to pretend that things are normal and not failing.
How are you? Hello world, is anybody out there? I know it's not.
If you can avoid them, they're harmless. But if you cross their path, the worst thing you can do is run. His experiences with the patient have made Tricky wonder if different nesters may have unique abilities. Just as southern nesters are strong yet slow, the patient seems to be the first of a sort of nester with uncanny tracking abilities. Every time Tricky thought he had lost the patient, it would somehow find him again. Even now, he's certain that his pale stalker is making its way to the house. But then, what the tracks would do? Oh, look, the survivor has already been done. Now, all Tricky has to do is live. He shows us that after his return trip to the mountain town, he recovered the CB radio from take home and set it up in his family home. He sits by the radio with a plate of the cookies from earlier and begins taunting the nesters outside his window. It seems that just as nesters transmit their products over the radio waves, they also receive signals. Inevitably, the radio work is both the detection device as well as a lure for nesters. As counterintuitive as it may seem, Tricky actually wants as many nesters coming to him as possible. With the upgraded network of traps, he can eliminate the nesters outright rather than needing to avoid them every time he leaves. Tricky seems quite happy with the fruit of his labor as, in the background, we can hear both the alarm and the occasional gunshot. What's up, fuckers? Hey out there, if you're looking for companionship, do I have a deal for you? I know just the place. There's a big house on top of a hill not too far. That one nester who was found had a very distinct sound. So I hear him. And we made out of art, you hear it? It's been a little front doorstep. Not today, not today. Get out of here. Tricky hears the unique call of the patient. He was absolutely right about it following him all the way home. After briefly taunting him, the nester trips the first traps. And with that, the tape ends with the death of the mysterious patient. The last tape follows in the footsteps of tape 4, being a shorter, more focused exploration of our subject's emotions. This time, it's focused on the darkest parts of his experience, his fears, his regrets, and of course, his loneliness. Alas. As we've seen before, when the nester threat is less present and the quiet sets back in, Tricky's mind returns to someplace darker in a world full of monsters. The days when it's challenged just to survive, when Tricky has to fight for his life, the world somehow makes more sense. Unfortunately, even if he could harm people, they terrify him.
Eventually, Tricky got tired of playing the game. But he was acting just like the way it was, and pushing down his discontentment and fear. He wanted something better, but he was afraid that he would never have the agency to choose something better. Really afraid. His thought was to go for it. And I heard from him that maybe I could get what it does for him. I feel like I should have said it's not. Some of what Tricky says here seems to hint at the nature of the world we find him in. He says that whatever this world is was given to him. He didn't create it. For this world to be given implies a giver, which seems to suggest that some entity intentionally placed Tricky into the position he's in. For the first time in these tapes, he almost seems willing to face the reality of his cruel world. Can I come out and try again? And I get eaten up and spit out. In a genre where characters are often an afterthought, the Glendale Archives devotes its entire runtime to the psychology of a single person. Tricky's tapes offer us a grounded exploration of loneliness, exhaustion, and mistrust, issues that affect us profoundly, even when we're surrounded by other people. By placing a recluse into this position of ultimate isolation, the Glendale Archives showcases the nuanced struggles of human interactions as not many stories do. Tricky's journey to reconcile his need for intimacy with its associated aches highlights one of life's cruelest contradictions. People can make you miserable, and so can their absence. Humans exploit, betray, and violate one another, usually those closest to them. Such sins inspire isolation, tempting us to forgo the highs of intimacy for fear of the lows. But the ache of being alone can be uniquely it's the feeling of being forgotten, a sentiment that scrapes out your very soul and leaves you utterly broken. Every chance you take on another person is a risk. If you could cast a spell that made everyone like you and treat you well, they wouldn't like you for who you are, or treat you with dignity because you deserve it. They would only tolerate you because they had to. There is no such spell, no guarantee that people are going to like you or treat you well, but the possibility of loathing supplies love with sweetness. It's true that Tricky still misses people, even though many of his interactions with them were perfect. In a holy world that is filled with the echoes of its missing inhabitants, every vacant building, every empty street, only mocks him for wanting so desperately to be alone. He searches for other survivors, knowing that success will launch him back into the same struggles he grappled with before he was alone. Judgment, hate, vigilance. How do you cope with that? One question that has echoed in my mind since the first take is this: who is Tricky recording these videos for? Why does he expend the effort to share his survival tips, skincare routines, and even recipes when no one will ever see them? The key to answering this question lies in our subject's psychology. Between setting traps and scavenging for food, Tricky has proven he can take care of himself. But in every episode so far, Tricky has still found himself in a position of significant danger. The clearest example comes from take 2, when he spent so long breaking into the the ice cream parlor, but he had to take shelter in a playground. On the surface, it seems so irresponsible. And Nestor could have easily achieved his extermination. Something similar happened in Cape Coral, when Tricky allows himself to be spotted with the mountain home, while Nestor would act and take flight. From the cooking tutorials to his time exploring an abandoned museum to the risky skincare raids, we've seen that as often as he can, Tricky will make an effort to pretend that nothing is wrong. However, as counterintuitive as it may seem, these rare opportunities for normalcy are just as important for Tricky's survival as avoiding Nestor's or even eating. Optimism is an oft-neglected necessity for survival. Every fireside with his imaginary viewer is a chance for Tricky to care for his mind, not just his body. Every time he turns on the camera, he feels a little more hope, a little less alone, an imperfect release from the unbearable silence. For Tricky, the point is just to talk. Nestor's about himself, about anything. He may hope to find others, he may even need to find others. But the point of these videos isn't to create some product that would be of use to someone else down the line. These videos aren't for anyone else. They're for Tricky. Just want to find those emotions and share someone else helps me feel less alone. I think it's fair to say that after loneliness and fear, the most prevalent negative emotion that Tricky feels is boredom. Without other people, the only way for Tricky to occupy his time is with material diversions. On the bright side, Tricky's options are unlimited. Every child who's ever walked down the toy aisle in Target has fantasized about taking every object their life fancies. It's like he wants of entertainment from building every Lego set collection. However, when the entire world is at your fingertips and everything is yours, pretty soon it sucks the joy out of owning anything. I mean, consider how many of us have bookshelves covered in unread books, or Steam libraries full of unplayed games. Limitation breeds interest, and when your access to everything is unlimited, interest becomes exceptionally hard to establish. For Tricky, one of the most important reasons for making these videos is that they're fun. And that's what makes this series truly special to me. The goals are relegated to the background, where the focus is placed on comparatively trivial things like cooking or skincare. Most of the time, we're just watching Tricky goof around, but that only makes the things he's trying to ignore much more sinister. These videos are Tricky's escape. They're the only thing in his life that he can control, and as such, they'll never contain anything he doesn't want to see. Tricky refuses to elaborate on issues like Mr. Rideout's continuous pursuit of the origins of the Nestors, or, most importantly, the change that set all of this off. He isn't interested in reliving the events that shook his world. I don't believe we're seeing the worst of what this world has to offer. The strangest, most unnerving aspects are hidden from us, and the horrors we're shown are only a neutered presentation of the real nightmares. As new episodes are uploaded, we'll find our most sought-after answers where Tricky isn't willing to look. To see the truth, we're going to have to ask, what are we being shown? The most mysterious part of the story so far is its beginning. Tricky is content to speak about the world before or after the change, but its nearest surroundings are a total dark zone. Earliest take comes about 3 months after Tricky's last human encounter, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's been 3 months since the world went silent. We're left with several questions about whatever event changed the world so radically. Did everyone disappear at once, or were there originally other survivors? Did Tricky's skills help him to survive when no one else did, or was he spared for some reason from an inevitable fate? And of course, are the Nestors involved? The origin of this story is still obscure, but I think our best chance at putting together a picture of what might have happened comes from take 1. First, I want to look at Tricky's footage from the mountain home.
From the way that the home seems so untouched, I believe that whatever happened to humanity happened quickly. In fact, the whole world appears to be almost entirely untouched. If we were looking at a world where society had slowly degraded, there would have been chaos in the streets before the population of this level. We'd be seeing more broken windows and far fewer supplies on store shelves. This isn't a world where desperate people picked apart anything they could to survive, which leads me to believe that this world ended without anyone having a chance to react. But then, where did everybody go? The city and suburbs have been abandoned, not obliterated. It's not like the streets are filled with bodies and the roads run red with blood. The people must have gone somewhere. Many may suspect some sort of rapture-like event where some sort of entity swept away all life on the planet based on some criteria. That runs into two problems. First, why would Tricky specifically be left behind? Second, where did the Nesters come from? Any adequate theory about the apocalyptic conditions between the outcomes? And if we answer to both of these questions, I don't think that the Rapture theory can answer either of them without extensive speculation. To the first point, I don't see any reason that Tricky would be singled out by some divine entity. He's a pretty average dude. If he didn't make the cut, regardless of the entity's criteria for judgment, he would have plenty of company. And to the second point, I don't see why an entity so set on scattering people from the planet would come right around and populated with Nesters, especially considering that Nesters may not be so different from people when we first thought. Throughout the series, Tricky has talked about the Nesters almost as if they're animals.
Yo, Julia Phillips, you joined again. Wow, that's amazing. I love to see it. You truly are. You truly are the MVP.
Smeared his walls with coconut food, which is pretty gross. But it's also sleeping with a sleeping bag, and it seems to be collecting photos. Photos which it's managed to keep perfectly clean. That's not just a random object that was belonging in the closet when Nestor got there. It's a carefully preserved treasure. And to me, that implies a degree of consciousness that Tricky doesn't describe to Nestors. At the very least, its behavior is in line with pattern of a creature, such as a raven or crow. Creatures known for collecting items in just such a manner. There's another object, a tape recorder. To me, this is the most important item in the nest, because it seems to have a recording from the Nestor on it. Tricky only plays it briefly, but in that short recording, we hear its voice. Not the sang, unintelligible wailing we've heard from other Nestors throughout the series, but human speech. I'm sorry, it repeats, voicing its regrets for the only thing that will listen. And an device that the total lifeless makes the Nestor feel a little less alive. Every object in the nest relates back to some behavior that we've also seen from Tricky. The most obvious is the sleeping bag. It's just they never leave their sleeping bag, they never leave their pillow. Why would you do that? Tricky sleeps in a sleeping bag all the time. It reflects the fact that he's never been able to stay in one place for too long. The fact he's been able to sleep in the family home for so many nights is far from normal based on his earlier comments. Even when he first arrived, he only planned to stay for a few nights. But now, he's starting to place to hide until he was inevitably forced to move on. All the while, bringing along his sleeping bag, and
misremembers the way things once were. The first thing he does upon arriving is to walk through the house, checking for Nestors, but also reminiscing about his experiences in every room. Finally, there's the tape recorder, which seems to be serving a similar role to Tricky's humor. Granted, Tricky speaks more eloquently to us than the Nestor to its tape recorder, but the sentiment is similar. Both beings are wrapped with regret, left with only a sleeping bag, lots of memories, and a precious, mindless listener. It could be that the creature in Tricky's basement isn't a Nestor. After all, Tricky didn't detect the creature with his walkie-talkie, but we very clearly saw someone at the bottom of the basement steps. I still have my doubts about Tricky's radio detection method, but it would answer pilot questions if this basement squatter was actually another survivor. Firstly, that would be the easy way to explain away this Nestor's aberrant behavior. It doesn't act like other Nestors because it isn't a Nestor. Likewise, it would also circumvent the issue of Tricky being left behind because he wouldn't be the only survivor. But then, why wouldn't they approach Tricky? You'd think that anyone in this situation would jump at the opportunity for companionship, but since the first tape, we haven't seen this survivor even once. If this truly is a person, they don't seem interested in connecting with Tricky at all. So let's assume it isn't another person. Maybe the Nestors are far better at imitating humans than we've been led to believe. They aren't simply mindless monsters. They're intelligent. And that brings up some concerns about Tricky's careless extermination of the Nestor that was propagated. Sure, they may be dangerous, but clearly so is Tricky. To be so nonchalant about killing them sheds some doubt on their subject's mental stability. Tricky may be acting like everything is normal, but something inside of him is broken. Either he wants to ignore her, or she has any monsters, or he just doesn't care. And honestly, I don't know which would be worse. Whatever the case might be, my biggest concern is that the similarities between Tricky and the Nestors may go beyond simple imitation.
This is a real question that's something that I
I fully believe that Tricky himself, in some sense, is a Nestor. Don't get me wrong, there's a huge difference between what I here and a creature like Mr. Whiteout or the Patient, but there are also undeniable similarities. We need more tapes to release before we can come to a really solid conclusion. But something is happening with Tricky that isn't normal. Based on his speculation that some Nestors might have unique abilities, it could be that Tricky is one such Nestor, uniquely intelligent compared to his kin. That would explain why Tricky seems so much more present and less animalistic than the others, and it would also explain why he isn't affected by mirrors in the same way as other Nestors. But there's one big problem. If this is the case, Tricky himself seems entirely unaware of his origin. He seems to have a clear memory of a time before there were Nestors. Could all those memories be fabricated? I don't think so. Unless he imagined an entire childhood, he couldn't have always lived as a Nestor. He had to be truly human at some point in his life. Instead, we see Tricky, a human, becoming more and more like the Nestors as he lives alongside them. Life is easier when the silence gives way to the animal instinct for survival. And Tricky doesn't have to think about growing, or changing, or being anything for anyone. And I'm trying to keep away. What if you were to evaluate those things that hurt you entirely? Would you start thinking, reflecting, remembering? Just how different would he really be from the odd entities listlessly roaming the streets? If he continues to lose his humanity, as we saw with the apathetic
tragic sorrow of the nesters in his yard when they see the line thin even further as the series goes on. Still, that doesn't answer the questions about where the nesters came from or why Tricky was the only one waiting to greet them. So, I'd like to take the speculation a step further to share my favorite theory. This entire section of the analysis is highly speculative and very well might be completely wrong. I don't really have fantastic evidence to support what I'm about to say, but sometimes going on them with the juiciest fruit. Here's what we think. In the months preceding the first time, something happened to the majority of the population. One of the phenomena was change. Those who remained hostile or able human, the change it were mostly weak. People were often able to think clearly, and their remnants of lucidity were painful. They wanted loss and with regrets. Now that the old way of life was gone, they had nothing but time to reflect on what they wished they had done differently. It started worse than regret, however, was loneliness. Clearly, that each nester, not just Tricky, may believe that they are the last living survivors of the human race. Something about the nesters' mental change, simple distrust, to evolve into a total inability to recognize humanity in other beings. Anything human took on a new, monstrous quality, the entire world became a much more fruitful place for its living subjects. People drooped from each other, forsaking connection altogether, and bringing our race to a slow or extinction. Tricky is just one individual suffering from this mental change of the entire species, which makes his moments of glee as other nesters die on his doorstep all the more harrowing. He's not killing nesters. He's killing the very survivors that he's searching for, still choosing to be alone, even when the loneliness is the very thing that's killing him deep down. Likewise, every threat in his environment, every nester that has ever attacked him, is really just another person, desperate for connection, but incapable of recognizing the opportunity for it. That's why I think this is the loneliest world in our world. It's a world full of people who are desperate not to be alone, but who can't help but attack anyone they meet. That's what caused this change. I'm not really sure. It could be supernatural, or even the result of a disease. The patient's clothing may be intended to imply the latter, although that might be reading a bit too much into things. Regardless, I think it's virtually certain at this point the ties between the nesters and humanity run very deep. I have one final theory to share with you, and one final promise to keep. I said before that I would come back to discuss the Alchemist again in the analysis, and now's the time for it. My previous theories are based on the assumption that the Alchemist is not canon, but I also want to include a theory in case the Alchemist is a real character within the world of the Glimmer Archives. If this is the case, then I think Tricky's title as the subject becomes very interesting, because it almost makes this whole thing seem like some sort of experiment. Based on Tricky's comments in Take 4 and wondering why he didn't just tin everyone was done sooner, I start to wonder if that might actually be exactly what he's doing. Perhaps the videos are simply a cleverly filmed replication of an empty world, with Tricky only recording them to reinforce his own delusion that he is the last man on Earth. If this is the case, I suspect that a major traumatic event, such as the death of his brother, will pass over the Phoenix. Alternatively, it must be caused by the social stresses that he's confided to the camera. Based on the most recent tape, Tricky already felt alone even before the world changed, so perhaps these tapes help inform his perception of reality. His world felt empty, so through these tapes, Tricky also made it look empty. On this theory, Tricky's behavior later on sort of psychologist reviewing Tricky's tapes and it ever got harder. At times when Tricky opens up to the camera, it even reflects a part of himself that truly does want to be heard. Admittedly, this far, we really haven't put enough into this to know what she thinks of Tricky. Maybe she's just waiting for the impression odds before sharing her with the world. And that's what they're not ordinary people that Tricky perceives as cultural monsters. Beings that don't just want to waste his time, but who want to destroy who he is entirely. That would explain that stores never seem to run out of food. But it also makes Tricky's trance feel much more disturbing. I kind of hope that they're another aspect of delusion rather than a human application of deadly force. The Nestor's persistent attacks on Tricky reflect that there are probably people in Tricky's life who genuinely care about him and want him to feel better. But as he's repeated time and again, the majority of Tricky's mind doesn't want to get better. He doesn't want to grow, doesn't want to change. The delusion is comfortable, and reality is anything but. Whatever upcoming tapes may reveal about our subject, I can confidently say that Tricky is in a dark place, regardless of how much he tries to hide it. And it doesn't seem to be getting any better. It is far too difficult to face alone. People can hurt you. They can hurt you very deeply. The solution is not their absence. All of us are broken in some way or another, but brokenness cannot be undone by destruction. It can only be undone by mending what is old or by building something new. I recognize that some pains cannot be fixed and may at best be forgotten, but anyone who has struggled with loneliness knows it is a pain that cannot be forgotten until it is fixed. At times, it's good to be alone. But to always feel alone, even when you give anything for companionship, the fate that transforms every experience into a painful one. Tricky's story is an extraordinarily strange depiction of an unfortunately ordinary life. The window archives challenge us to consider the consequences of pushing others away, emotionally, mentally, and physically. The costs of isolating ourselves really worth the benefits? In my experience. Many of you have or will struggle with loneliness at some point in your lives. I certainly have. The people in your life right now may not be locally as you need them to be, but someone follows you exactly where you need to be. Probably as I get to the end of writing the script, the rest of this series reminds me of a lot of medication I've on the channel. The doom that tackles themes of loneliness, regret, and trauma. If you watched the end of this video and you don't hear the dumb voice of little longer, you can check out my video on myhouse.blog with the link on screen right now. And with that, like for mentioned, thanks for watching.
still only had one magnet, and that the same was true of an atom. If you keep a little white out, it's more sculpture. People believe infinity to be 720 degrees because infinity is two circles next to one another. But he then denies this by drawing a magnetic field and explaining that there are actually four circles. Therefore, infinity is equal to this. Despite the gravity of Nigel's initial claim, he is far more interested in applying them to another discovery that he believes he has made: infinite energy, declaring that a magnet is creating energy by holding onto a whiteboard against the force of gravity. He identifies this as an example of cold fusion, because cold fusion is, as he puts it, it's the energy. so cold is a lot colder than hundreds of degrees. If you stand correctly at room temperature. Now, when it says to liquid, that's cool, but you still have to fuse atoms together, and you still have to force those atoms together in some sort of way. Does he know what fusion is? Yeah, there's no fusion. Or is he just using it? Is he just using the term to mean free energy? Because when he puts that magnet on the board, there is energy. There's gravitational potential. There's the interaction between the magnetic field and the material core. If he understood thermodynamics enough, you would know that even if you were creating an energetic environment, if you can't get any energy out of the system by doing what you're doing, it doesn't matter. The ability to do work is, in a physical system, is what the real resource is. Working from these assumptions, Nigel explained the method of chaining magnets together in order to produce a continuous, limitless source of power, describing the mechanics through work on the rooted mathematics and geometry, and extrapolating his conclusions out into other fields. That water carried with it immense health benefits. Among many other claims, he declared that magnetic fields are a double helix, and therefore they are the DNA of the universe because they have known it for a very long time. However, despite these groundbreaking assertions, he alleged that all of the work he had done was stolen by the Nevian array in order to suppress it. Beyond the scientific assessment, Edwin thought fit prepare for more personal detail of his life. Early on, he implied that he had historically had financial difficulty. He also made his disdain for political life. If he loses, as the video nears its end, Nigel reveals several notable details about himself, including that he had his child taken away from him and that he is now unemployed, reliant upon he calls charity people to sustain himself, though he leaves the nature of this charity unspecified. The lower right. Treats
communication machine. It found the numerous attacks throughout history. Years later, this video would find an audience among a different subculture, the debunkers, who would block and comment on the ways that Nigel's explanations either misunderstood or contradicted modern science, and ridiculing him as they did so, while some of the more incredulous viewers left comments wondering whether or not he really believed in the concept he was expressing. What few could have expected, however, was that Nigel would so inspire this farmer community that he would allegedly raise over $150,000 from them to further his research. Those who believed in him would go on to repeat his experiments that seemed to prove to be impossible. What fewer knew, however, was that this was not Nigel's first time attracting the attention of internet users. Years prior, Nigel had begun a fight for a much different and more personal cause. On March 11, 2013, a video was released on a YouTube channel then known as Halex 7, titled "Naval Chief Security Consultant, whose daughter snatched by the UK government." Linked in the description was a template-made website called Saving, whose homepage read, quote, "Welcome to our website. The British government has been child snatching in collusion with social services, including international law." Nigel Cooper, who used to be chief consultant for naval security, has his daughter stolen, and he claimed the names and threatening the digital signatures. Justices Morgan and Beckley have asked the UK government to breach the Hague Convention, Lisbon Treaty, Maastricht Convention, Amsterdam Treaty, Paris Accord, London Treaty, Magna Carta. End quote. Beneath this declaration was a link to the aforementioned video, released contemporaneously, in which Nigel sits on a couch with a stack of papers that he identifies as a royal decree from the King of Belgium. He introduces himself as having been the principal network security consultant for NATO and describes the process by which he legally gained custody of his infant daughter from her mother, Gail, who battled depression. He explains that Gail managed to convince him that she had recovered from her addictions, which he claims was a lie, and found her way into living with him again in Belgium. He then details the process by which Gail used bureaucratic trickery 3 years later to return to the UK with their child, and his own attempts at using international law in order to reclaim his daughter, to no avail. But the Belgian court sided with Nigel, ruling against Gail in absentia, and supporting Nigel's claims, the UK courts refused to honor the ruling and made their own conclusions. Throughout this description, Nigel continually reaffirms his unassailable virtue and Gail's moral bankruptcy, but he also details numerous bureaucratic setbacks. Much of sharing his experience, he intersperses the 40-minute-long video with declarations that the UK has been kidnapping and selling children for profit and accusing each bureaucrat he's worked with of taking part in the conspiracy, invoking national and international treaties being violated, including the Magna Carta and the Hague Convention. However, despite
his interpretation of the law. He claimed to be receiving over 1,000 emails per day from similarly beleaguered families. Received 268 signatures. As the months passed, hope of Nigel quickly diminished, though he himself was apparently still hopeful of the now lost Facebook group he made in response. In April, 1 month after his video was over, someone posted a copy of a letter that he claims he sent to Queen Elizabeth II, in which he asks her why she, quote, authorized the officers of your courts to break the law. Your family courts have tried everything possible to stop me enforcing my judgment. I have been lied to, and I have had my civil rights abused against my right as laid down in the Magna Carta. Beyond this, he made several new claims, including that he was injected with anthrax during his time. Contradicting his video, he admits that indeed is British, but he expresses his dismay at this fact and states that he wishes to have his United Kingdom passport revoked. However, while many French bloggers briefly took up the cause of Nigel, not all of them were supportive. One of the conspiracy bloggers in this social circle is Sharon Ann Zephyr, a New World Order and Freemason enthusiast, and after listening to Nigel's interviews and videos and reading his posts, she had a profoundly different conclusion. In a 115-page document, she makes clear her belief that, rather than being fathers the other's track, Nigel was actually a bad actor working with the New World Order and the Freemasons in order to discredit bloggers like herself by making them appear bad. Quote, truthers who overdo it do not do the anti-NWO any favors, as being broadly dismissed as crazy conspiracy theorists by the people who seek to expose. That, of course, is the intention of the controlled opposition agents. End quote. She continually points out what she believes are inconsistencies in Nigel's story and frequently accuses him of outright lying, continually offering evidence that, according to her, supports her belief that Nigel is doubtlessly a part of the Freemason cabal. Alongside criticizing perceived inconsistencies in his story, he referenced another video from Nigel, also posted to the Eddie 7 YouTube channel that has since been made private. Nigel Cooper's public statement, published on April 3rd, 2014. Allegedly, this video was a statement to the possession of a group of filmed as part of the attempt to reclaim his daughter. While her summary is far from comprehensive, Sharon does give several notable details from this statement. According to her, late into the video, Nigel claimed that Dale took the house in January of 2011 for an unspecified amount of time, which they had related to a violent incident. Quote, I wonder if something like a bit of truth emerges. Cooper admits to being a bit violent towards Gale after she threatened that he will never see again. He accuses Gale of making absurd and dreadful allegations, that he's sexually perverted, a liar, traitor. End quote. Nigel also, according to Sharon, was, quote, on mind-numbing antipsychotic drugs as a result of an accident. This isn't mentioned anywhere else. He says for the next 6 weeks he's all alone and he did nothing. No work, no socialization. He says he meets with an old friend and cries on her shoulder. She asks him if he's big enough to fight back. Oh, someone has me a cute bucket. Throughout the video, he cries crocodile tears and he's constantly banging on about how vile Gale is, that she's constantly threatened on drugs, that she spends all his money, is always lying to him, that she's had too many affairs. Strange thing, then videotapes of hard evidence of this. This evil woman threats. Regularly phoned her father and fact-checked him. Oh, he says he was a coward and blackmailed by cold people that Gale took of him. Yeah, right. End quote. Sharon also describes this day in which Nigel found his daughter when she visited him for Christmas in December, including numerous obvious health problems and inappropriate dress, though details were not failed. However, Sharon went farther than simply analyzing what evidence already existed, testing Nigel's photographs evidence and the inconsistencies she believed she had found. She emailed him in February of 2014 with demands for more information. This entire exchange would later be published in the document, alongside many other emails that she sent to other people Nigel had named. Her first email opened with a request for Nigel to read a post that she had made on her blog, and it claimed that the people promoting Nigel's story, quote, have been proven to be lying shills. This means that your name is covered by association. All of the things you accuse Gail and the UK of, I accuse you of. The truth about you is not public. You're saying people who prove your story is true. End quote. She explains that she is attempting to purge the anti-NWO movement of traitors and implores him to, quote, find Jesus and ask for the courage to do what is right. Remarkably, Nigel answered the same day, though he clearly had not read Sheriff's email in full or very carefully. He stated that all electronic evidence was thoroughly encrypted and that he would only allow anyone to see it if they brought an officer with a camera to ensure the evidence's safety. In lieu of telling her how she can go about getting this evidence or supplying anything of substance, he attempts to placate her by asking why he would lie when he has sworn under oath. He also implored her to write to the Belgian judge who oversaw his case for any documents relating to it. The only things with which he directly supplied her were documents that he appears to have already made public. Nigel's response only incensed Sharon, who doubled down on her attacks. Beyond finding oral evidence that Nigel was a Freemason, she also took frustration with the few documents that Nigel was willing to share. Quote, there's nothing new there, no proof of anything, just endless pages of glorious, self-righteous, self-aggrandizement, OTT repetitious sensationalism. This began an aggressive back and forth in which Nigel threatens Sharon Baker with harassment and slander, and he should refrain from continuing to respond to her attacks. In fact, after Sharon stopped emailing Nigel, who would send another email nearly a year and a half later to ridicule the document she had compiled. Quote, exactly, like you read your chocolate shit anyway. Lots of negative questions to question you know all about. Yes, publish this too. It will show how fucking dumb you are. End quote. In this exchange, Nigel shares that in the intervening months, he had renounced his cooperation with some of the bloggers who had helped amplify his story, though why he had done so appears to be lost. In the face of waning support and interest, Nigel's public online efforts to reclaim his daughter would diminish. Though it's unclear how long Nigel continued providing updates, if he did at all, a small amount of privilege will come from a project carried out by a number of experts in American law from the University of Aberdeen. This project was extremely focused, studying cases where Article 13 of the Hague Child Abduction Convention of 1980 was used to refuse the return of children on lost borders of European countries. Among those cases was Nigel's. Their summary would help clarify many elements of the case that remained unclear from Nigel's surviving history. Citing the ruling of the Belgian courts, they confirmed Nigel's claim that his wife, Gail, had used bureaucratic trickery to leave Belgium with their daughter. Specifically, she had used an old document from Paul Cooper, the father of another of Gail's children, to convince the Belgian authorities that she had permission to leave but didn't have the children. Namely, the child she had with Nigel in a deliberate obfuscation. They further reaffirmed the claims about Gail's alcohol and drug abuse, though they also mentioned that Nigel had been cited as having both, quote, psychiatric and physical health issues. However, the project also was able to provide further information. Believing that his daughter was receiving inadequate care, he remotely began proceedings in early 2012 and had her removed from Gail's care, and as a temporary measure, proposed to return to her grandparents' house. In order to continue the proceedings, Nigel appeared in the English courts, but this proved to be a tremendous mistake. The judge who had first ruled against Nigel interpreted his appearance in an English court to be deference to the UK judgment over the Belgian judgment, practically destroying any chance that he would ever have to reclaim his daughter. Nigel desperately requested to have his applications for residence and contact with his daughter revoked so as to undo this ruling, but his request was denied. While they remained reserved in their assessment, the authors of the document offered clear sympathy for Nigel, the closing paragraph of one of the sections dedicated to his case. Mr. Cooper 6 through 8 Brussels 2A procedure, they might not be given the correct legal advice, and they might not necessarily qualify for legal aid, as it is no longer automatic, so they are in a difficult position. This is particularly the case where one-wrong move, such as participating in proceedings, immediately results with their remedies. It is also problematic that all the English decisions focus on the fact that Mr. Cooper consented for removal when it is clear from the Belgian decisions that this consent was deliberately forced. And with diminishing power and practically no hope of any equal divorce, Nigel would apparently call war and more standard as the last comes. The world record is hosting any campaign of this will be the last time the internet will hear from Nigel Cooper. For a struggle with the courts, a significant gap appears in Nigel's online activity. It's unclear if you look on Facebook, but there are suggestions that he has been posting regularly on LinkedIn, and he claims to have been 4 or 5 different accounts banned by the website moderation team, though precisely why was not untrustable. At one point, he also directed a commenter to a post he made on Google Plus, and now defunct social media sites. While most of the articles that Nigel published to LinkedIn were not preserved, his latest profile was. And to get serious questions, he wrote that he was a particular entrepreneur and that he was a principal consultant for NATO. The code entry was simply the abbreviation for doctor, with the description of certain places. For education, he claimed that he received a PhD in physics at National College from the Open University. Higher education is distributed in the UK. However, given that his profile was written at the beginning of everything, it's likely that this was a cheeky way of declaring that he was a fellow doctor. The description stated that he, quote, solved the future. Under projects, he declared that he had made full fusion, and that, quote, it's free energy for everyone. He also claimed that his for quote, whose other investors were listed as me, myself, and humanity. His other patent was for something he called perpetual energy transfer. Under organizations, he simply wrote, and one that you will recognize, oh yes. The posts on his page vary widely, with a mixture of personal and professional comments. One post read, quote, happy birthday to me. What a shit life I lead, surrounded by the idiots of mankind who can't see further than the money in their pocket. I hope you enjoy your day. End quote. During this time, either in late 2015 or 2016, Nigel retained the moniker for which he would be known. Nigel Cheese. Why he chose this name appears to be lost. He would attempt to share videos of some of his inventions and scientific ideas through YouTube, including a device he called an electromagnetic intensifier, or EMI, which consisted of a wire running with 2 quick magnets surrounding it, which he claimed would increase the speed of ions passing through the wire. This was attached to an aluminum antenna, which he claimed could capture the free ions in the atmosphere. He tried to show the efficacy of this technology by filming a pump balanced on top of an electromagnetic intensifier turned on its end. Inside of the pump was water with a tablespoon of salt mixed into it, the wire attached to the earth-ground connection of a nearby outlet, and a thermometer. He declared that through a process he called magnetic induction, the EMI was gradually bringing the temperature of the water up to boiling. However, this declaration was directly contradicted by the thermometer, which he proudly showed measuring room temperature. This fact did not concern Nigel. He believed that he had discovered the secrets to infinite energy. He had the evidence from his multimeter and his solar photo. Nigel was sick, making it a reality.
Every single one of the minutes was going to
I am now a YouTuber who creates engineering live videos that have a background in electrical and computer engineering. I worked in R&D for around 8 years or so. Yeah, you can pull a positive voltage out of an antenna just due to the fact that there's radio waves everywhere. If you're near like an AM tower or something, you can like pull it out of your antenna, which is pretty significant. Because it's not free, right? It's used. It's completing a circuit. It's just that someone else would be, hey, it's real.
The ways in which he used his multimeter were also questionable.
But he's abusing the hell out of that multimeter. He's using it in the most unprecedented way. Multimeters still just read voltage potentials when you're reading it from the AC setting. You know, you pick up noise and stuff in the air and shit. It's connected to an antenna, so he's really going to be picking up noise. As you say, he loves showing you something and saying, look, it's doing this when it's not doing that. Because he loves not even, look, it's oscillating. It's just a static computer. Static frequency, which reduce any current if it moves differently.
While many of Nigel's activities appear to have gone unreported, some interested in him archived a portion of his writings, which largely consisted of papers discussing his scientific ideas and experiments in writing unity with pejorative rhetoric towards established institutions. For example, when discussing how he believed that he could prove infinite energy from magnets, he wrote, quote, "You will ask, how is this possible? And I will do my best to try to put knowledge to understand. However, to understand, you have to forget a lot of the crap that the so-called smart people have been saying or so right or so wrong." He occasionally took the time to correctly insult Albert Einstein and his ideas while suggesting that he was purposefully trying to hide the scientific knowledge that would lead to infinite energy. Quote, "My companion Goldie was only partially right. Yes, he located E and M and C, but failed to place them in the correct order. Or did he do it, did not want humanity to know the truth." End quote. Much of his writing was focused on generating energy through the use of stationary magnets, using his self-described specialization in EM and RF technologies during his time in the Royal Navy, though his flair for the dramatic would always be apparent. Notably, he denied that his work was in any way over unity. Rather, he explained that this was simply gathering energy that had thus far gone untapped by human technology. As time passed, however, he would begin to shift his focus to new projects. In his paper, The Value of Nothing, he writes, quote, "Many years ago, I set out to fix the short list of problems mentioned above. A, suffering and poverty. It was my goal in life to give something to humanity that would stop the pain, stop the suffering, and end all poverty. Forward. For many years, in fact 46 years in total, I spent building a device known as the quantum battery. It is one of 15 new technologies that I offer to humanity. The quantum battery does what it says it does. It makes free electricity. Unlike a conventional magnet, one that depletes itself over time, the quantum battery can never be depleted and can never melt down. Why? The quantum battery draws its power from the zero point of all energy. You know the smallest possible point between two zeros? To try and understand what the hell is going on, it's like trying to shoot an arrow with the idle needle on a horse backwards with one eye closed. Not impossible, just a little challenge. End quote. These papers will often have diagrams and long descriptors using technical-sounding words, though many of these words would be improperly deployed, and many of his assumptions would be misunderstood simplifications of scientific principles. He opens his paper in violation against that of F equals 1 over T times 3 times 10 to the power of 8 meters per second by writing, quote, "Albert Einstein defined and stipulated the conditions of the space-time constant, a conjuncture that cannot exist, that of space and time being part of the same. Given the fact that a constant holds the singularity of one, not of one constant, that is an accumulation, thus wrong." End quote. For the catalyst, Gaia is your vehicle, bringing 0-point energy to the world, promising unlimited, unwieldy energy for declaration and all of the letters that they were, quote, the world's first infinite energy incubator. This would have created a pathway for the benevolent use of advanced technologies that would make our world a better place for all humanity. End quote. The remainder of the page repeated common conspiracy claims over unity groups, which states that Nikola Tesla had discovered infinite energy a century ago, and that world governments had forcibly suppressed the knowledge and were forced to suppress anyone who had discovered this technology or tried to patent it. In order to work around this perceived obstacle, they were offering a new cryptocurrency, which they called CEE, named for the kind of energy they believed they were harnessing, called zero-point energy. While zero-point energy is a scientific concept in quantum mechanics, it's better known that public consciousness is a shorthand for a merely limited energy source, sometimes invoked in science fiction science, with two notable examples being the strategy game Stellaris and the animated Pixar film The Incredibles. They claim that a pre-sale in January had resulted in over $130,000 in revenue, but it could still be purchased at a 30% discount until the end of April. And once they sold 30,000 tokens, every one CPE coin would be converted into a version which would be traded alongside others such as Bitcoin and Ethereum. All tokens would be crimped through Gaia's internal servers. However, there was a different type of token which CPE coin more closely resembled. Shitcoins. Shitcoin is a term used both by supporters and detractors to describe cryptocurrencies with no utility, typically designed as classic pump and dump schemes in which the creator and their associates give themselves large amounts of the token, make it available for purchase, inflate the value through social engineering, then rapidly sell their holdings, draining the liquidity pool and disappearing with the majority of the money. CPE coin distinguished itself by having a hypothetical utility. According to the Gaia website, CPE would be the only way to purchase all of the new infinite energy devices that they were developing, and it also promised a number of other benefits for working such as early access projects and something that they vaguely called experiential retreats. An entire page of the website was dedicated to CPE, which explained that those who purchased the token were able to include services and more free with legal funding. The internet network CPE also had its own website, which included much of the same information alongside a referral program, which promised a 6% kickback for those who managed to convince others to buy the token. These kickbacks would be paid in CPE. Originally, this was one section included a remarkable claim that CPE would become the center of a new economic system. One post-credit answer that read, quote, "What's the difference between CPE and other coins? Exclusive method of acquiring Gaia's infinity coins. You must own CPE to get unlimited power infinity coins. As worldwide purchasing power like credit card network-based economy or community-centralized consumer-based economy, the intrinsic value of CPE coin will naturally increase. And to help pitch these new infinite energy devices, multiple animations were made explaining the mission of Gaia and its perceived importance. These were uploaded to the YouTube channel on an internet broker named Torpillion. Of note was an animated version of Nigel, who is referenced as a scientist and inventor working with Gaia. Many of these animations stress the importance of purchasing CPE coin to aid in their mission.
It's inventors who just want to change the technologies and want to see their creations out. We love our inventors. Even if other quotes like Christmas, that's why we created a path to propel their tech over the launch into people's hands. They also make sure they're paid fairly for their work, and they don't have to give up their intellectual property. When you buy CPE coin, you should quote the inventors who make our world a better place. Don't you agree it's time to support our inventors and their ideas?
zero-point energy device that will change the world forever. This energy industry interrupting technology will revolutionize how we access energy and, best of all, how we won't have to pay for it. End quote. The associated images suggested a device with a battery-shaped housing being used to charge a smartphone. The second device was alleged to be a water purification method, which worked, quote, by changing the electromagnetic structure of fluids passing through our devices. And a third was a water wheel, whose movement could also be used to produce electricity. While these latter two would remain vague, the quantum power cell received significant attention outside, with published videos from Nigel showing off the device working. There's actually never been video. reduce the voltage of the electricity, which he would use to charge a battery. Despite his excitement, though, Nigel was operating under a severe misconception.
Misconception is people not knowing Ohm's law, or like understanding the voltage is power. If you have something that takes 10 watts in and gets 100 watts out, that's a power gain. That's a, if you measure that out of this physical device, that would be a power gain. Right? But if you have something, you can change voltage as much as you want, because the balancing act with the current that it's capable of supplying, the main misunderstanding here. So together is simply a power equation, which is power equals IB equals voltage, and we'll maintain the same. What we call the current is watts. 10,000 volts at 10 milliamps is also watts of remaining power. So when someone DM me and said, I invented this free power mindset, you could not believe that could pull it off. And their idea was basically take a 12-volt motor and hook it to a 120-volt generator. You're going to get free power because the voltage is high. You don't just get voltage, no current. Voltage, that's something you can get just like.
In order to show that it worked, he used a grill plugged into a battery that the pen had been charging. Quietly removing the water pump inventions from the websites, they began touting yet another invention from Nigel, the electromagnetic inverter, device that appears identical to the electromagnetic intensifier that he had shared 2 years earlier from the food program, claiming that they were, quote, designed to provide unlimited electricity required for powerful and industrial applications to connect to the page for the DMO website noted that they believe the value of this technology to be $50 trillion, though they were met at this time with this detail. However, they were reticent to share too much information, writing that, quote, the EMI technology will be closely held due to its enormous power generation. The application of EMI installation must be closely vetted and monitored for ethical usage only. By this point, however, it was becoming clear that not enough tokens had been sold to reach the milestone that would allow Overflow and Bitcoin to trade their tokens on the blockchain. No updates had been made. This, however, was likely a blessing in disguise. In a July vulnerability report made by the American Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, hundreds of Ethereum tokens were identified as having a similar integer overflow vulnerability, which would allow the creators of the token to set the value of CPE coin in anyone's wallet to any number, as high or as low as they wished, largely defeating any advantage that blockchain technology might have offered. However, if any of this concerned Nigel, he made no show of it, as he continued to record videos for the TelephoneNet YouTube channel, including the lecture that would garner him the most attention. Was what the video alien emoji. By this point, he had come to believe that the Royal Navy was ultimately the cause of him losing Oklahoma. In another of these videos, he clarifies that he wasn't working for Gaia, but rather he was volunteering for them, a technicality that he hoped would help him avoid taxation. Gaia's claim that he wasn't working for money was perhaps contradicted by Gaia's earnings and expenses report released early the following year. While Gaia fell significantly short of their funding goals through Z1.0, they still declared their funding a success, writing, quote, in 2018, Gaia sponsored a scientific team who discovered several methods of capturing energy from the cosmos, thereby proving its existence. That was step one. We also made great headway learning to control the energy that humans can use. They were extremely optimistic about the planet's future, writing, quote, guaranteed to increase 80% from $5 to $8 during 2019. Depending on performances, it might even double to $10 beginning in 2020. In another study, they stated that April of 2019 bring with it remarkable benefits. Later study showed one analysis they claimed that the total income generated from the sale of e-coin totaled $154,418.80. $40,000 of that was dispersed going directly to migrants, with a further $44,000 going to assistant engineers, yet another year. They handle various vendors for materials, tools, software, and services. Another portion of this money also went for administrative expenses, though the expertise and duties of those receiving the money were specified. And then, quite suddenly, Gaia would go completely silent.
Oh shit.
As the months passed with no updates, those hopeful for Nigel's inventions began leaving comments underneath Gaia's videos on the telephone network. Some hoping to make contact with Nigel to either acquire or assist in creating the inventions that would revolutionize the field of energy production and, by extension, dramatically advance human civilization. A comment from user Reiki Master WSB indicates that by 16 months after their last video, the Gaia website was offline. Some of these hopeful parties would receive a reply over a year later from Greg Upstein, president of California, and also listed as the president of Gaia on their annual report, replying to one comment. Upstein wrote unflatteringly of Nigel. Quote, Nigel abandoned the project in December 2019 after his extortion demand for $35,000 was not met. He has refused to communicate since that time. Unfortunately, I believe he took it as far as he could go and ultimately realized he could not achieve the promises he made. There is no other reason for conclusion. End quote. In reply to another user asking about acquiring the red and blue boxes seen in Nigel's videos with the raging power panel, Upstein explained that, quote, the red and blue boxes are not available because they were considered the primary property of Dr. Nigel Cheese. However, I can tell you they were composed of breadboards with LED bulbs and a few other diodes. I wish I could help you more, but Cheese abandoned the project midstream and broke his promise to deliver working units after being paid thousands of dollars. Good luck. He also explained that Gaia was no longer accepting donations, though they were planning on reactivating their website. But by this point, Ottensmeyer had already moved on to other fringe beliefs and interests, making a post about the Akashic reference to his LinkedIn page in December of 2019. Gaia would post one final video from Nigel 2 years and 8 months after their first and only annual report, though Nigel's displeasure with Gaia was obvious. A disclaimer at the beginning simply proof from Nigel's rhetoric, stating that, quote, the content contained in the videos posted on Gaia's channel is This is pretty fun. I wrote this presentation and I investigated the definition to many people over this device, like Martin's electromagnetic intensifier, will purportedly multiply any electrical energy that can cool. Unlike other devices which we claim for harvesting untapped energy, we seem to be claiming that this device created completely new energy from nothing. We put it together, and they constructed a device, and they put in fireworks, ultimately unlimited. Now, when I went to school, 28 was bigger than 5, which means if there are more than okay, for the rules eventually, you can't have something for free, you can't have more outputting, you take it with you. There is a whole construct of female principles, which has given this world for these last 200 years, was built on falsity. It's a rabbit hole. The vast majority of this presentation was dedicated to discussing how useful such a device would be. Towards the end, he encourages the viewer to internalize what he said, warning that humanity faces doom if they do not adopt and invest in his technologies. So the least important example is last time. The very, very last time. You choose the wrong one now. Your choices. You waste this opportunity, and your children will be very something until the very good. So why don't we take this opportunity to get a copy of this video, sit back, watch it through what you talk, edit their words, leave the words the places, sit down with your children, and explain to them what people are going to do in the future. And this will have a kind of justice. Think about it. I'm doing my best to get this, but I'm doing every question probably getting this to me. I'm hoping that from my Christmas too many people get to see this. And indeed, very grateful. Over the following year, YouTube users claimed that I neither 1+1=1 video and take the time to argue against and poke fun at the various claims that we made, but also implied that there was significantly more than would be contained in this single video. But although being making another video on my YouTube more religious updates for your future, because this is the primary right Indeed, Internet would see fit to make multiple further videos about Bible over multiple years, completely coupled with a 1+1=1 video and critiquing further videos. Another thing that I inspired YouTubers to say down there the same. These videos from those YouTubers to the true viewership in the hundreds of thousands, ranking the most of the most the respective channel, giving the primary vehicle by which people would discover and however, finding any further information for curious parties would be significantly more difficult, as much of that medical picture. They believe it scarce fully remain, thanks to his videos in other places optimized for removal reasons. Some of his videos have managed to survive due in part to the film science community habit of downloading and re-uploading videos of questions ostensibly to assist in their visibility. The debunkers have found casually it appeared that the authority retreated from any purpose online. The last sign of him was on the trusted website IONDEO.com, which sported the words Future Assistant in the top left corner. The main page of the website declared, your future, life, space, and time are no longer constants before humanity, and on a This website appears to have been made in 2019, but in 2024 it has been cultural renovation to focus much more on content. Shortly afterwards, however, it reverted to a version. United to 2014, there was likely that this is a typo, given that the website includes a page dedicated to contents, which he has not mentioned until much later in the available surviving pages for documents. The website today includes a page for digital encryption method labeled as three-way ramp encryption, though it's unclear whether or not this is distinct from the aforementioned format, as Broadway has its own page on the website, but blank except for the site's universal page format. Also included is what he called a relatively self-explanatory universal user identification. In the About Us page, James Morello's name appears, one of the engineers who had worked with Nigel during and before his trial. The Contents page posted only the words, Chapter 1, Magnetism. Did you know? And an embedded video posted on the website Vimeo, which offered, quote, my final gift before I leave. This video was a slideshow including numerous mathematical proofs for his theories, as well as aspects of his core life philosophies which he intended applying for the past decade. His voice was totally absent, replaced by a repeating instrumental track. Of note is the way he uses 22 divided by 7 as the precise value of pi. 22 divided by 7 is sometimes used as a general approximation of pi for real world significant figures, but Nigel uses it to extrapolate pi into 16 significant figures, arriving at a number far different from the traditionally used definition. By this point, he had also subsumed theories about the Great Pyramid of Giza, combining it with his own theories to declare that, quote, Giza was constructed using an exacting ratio of 11 divided by 7 or pi divided by 2 or 1.5142857. This unique value enables the pyramid construct to be exactly 1/6 of a cube. This is an extension of other written beliefs about the Great Pyramid, which state that certain aspects of its geometry are somewhat scientifically significant, usually used to justify ancient alien theories or pronouncements that the architects of the pyramid had some sort of esoteric knowledge. In this video, he claims that both he and the ancient Egyptians had discovered the same scientific ideas, writing that, quote, from a mathematical perspective, Giza, for one phrase, is both mathematically and geometrically perfect, and that it displays celestial accuracy beyond the value of human comprehension. Every calculation is perfect, all bound within a single routine object.
you to the game Star Sector for sponsoring this video. Having played for hundreds of hours at this point, Star Sector is a game that I can happily endorse. Made by a team whose member can be counted on one hand over the past decade, Star Sector is a single-player space sandbox game with no microtransactions, no loot boxes, and no season passes. Just $15 for a deep and rich game that is still one of the most accessible in the genre. Available on Windows, Mac, and Linux. I could sit here and describe the mechanics and the breadth of content, but after extensive deliberation, the conclusion which I came was that the best way to describe it is to show it. So, I booted up Star Sector, started a fresh campaign, and played for about 5 hours. Here's a brief summary. Starting as an explorer, I took a look at the contract listings, but what interested me more was a pirate at a bar selling information for a highly valuable blueprint. I accepted a few easy scanning contracts in the vicinity of my home, figuring that I could make some easy money along the way, and after fending off a small fleet of pirates, my confidence was high, and I set out. At my first stop, I discovered a Tempest-class frigate in rough but serviceable condition, and a blueprint for even more than the one I was hunting. My next stop, however, was where I saw the gold. 214 battered old downtown ships. They were in a sorry state, but I knew how to take advantage of my luck. I would become a bounty hunter with this 14th battled group Eagle as my centerpiece. But with these ships, I no longer had enough fuel to make it home. Rather, I confronted the even more ships I found that I refused to leave behind. Running through hyperspace like a dog with an overcrushed stick, I began scrounging for any fuel I could find, blasting apart the still fragile defenses around domain barrel probes and installations. I only barely plugged my way through for a few questionable flights. I took the time to outfit my new fleet and took my first proper bounty, a pirate base harassing one of the core systems. I'll let the fight speak for itself. The pay was decent, but I needed something a bit more exciting than the pirate base. I was wrapping up for the day, but I couldn't help but take the time to test out my fairly long career in a backup simulator. Game's good. Please read the description.
Yo, Raya. Real's gnome. I like it. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Sorry if I missed your message. You know how it is. Thanks so much for the follow. I really appreciate you hitting that follow button. I was completely distracted here. I've been on a long trek today, painting as much as I can here of my weapons. I'm getting close to the end. I think I only have one more black to paint. I like to do like every single color at the same time. So yesterday I did all the reds. So I did all the cloaks, the weapon handles, stuff like that. You can even see that weapon handle there. So I did just the reds through this whole part of my army. So this is the second part of my army. And now I am doing the blacks. So basically the weapon hilts and shafts and the gun boxes of the swords, things like that. I'm really proud of this idea. This is a blade champion thrown off his helmet for some extra speed. I painted his feet, his boots. These ones are gonna be red boots. But yeah, how do you say your name? Real Snow? Rhea? Rails Gnome. Anyway, thanks for dropping by. What do you think of this idea? I think will look pretty cool once I finish. Hitting it with all the details. Right now, they really only have the reds and the blacks. Of course, the gold base they were painted gold. So they took a black primer, then they took a gold primer on top. But yes, makes me very happy that you smashed a like. Makes me very happy that you came and check it out. I really appreciate it. Definitely makes me feel a little bit better, even if it's just, you know, your standard follow and drop, which I've noticed a bit recently, but you know, it is whatever. It's all really, you gotta say. I also did this idea, which I really liked, which is, yeah, he put his helmet down. He's facing the enemy, as if saying, "You're nothing, I don't need my helmet, you suck, and I will destroy you as easily as 1, 2, 3. A bit tired, but very happy with the progression. It's been exciting, and I really appreciate that you can hit the like. Or the follow in this case, I guess. Using this handle in this way because I think it really helps. I can avoid bumping. I can use it to stabilize using this little handle. But yeah, without further ado, let's paint. Gonna start here with the inner suit detailing. Which is something that I believe really adds depth. And you go in and fill out those black inner armor pieces. Doesn't need too much. I really gotta be careful as I'm getting a bit tired. Don't want to mess it up, but I'm getting so close to the end that I just don't want to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Lovely present to see a follow pop out like that.
decision that she would regret is that everyone in the working in check against many Americans. Reading that better take the stone. The show opens on ancient words. Its creator being so pious that someone is so blessed. There was sadly this is famous, which becomes a bit of only for minutes when the time is sent or just how the story will end. Every episode, multiple stories are told. The first referring to the acquisition of this one phrase truly indicate that the business achievement is that the creator making sure nation engagement This time is made with daily pictures from just how much you appreciate it. It's a whole different story. Yet somehow the show manages to limit its audience every single week. It's the ages of their victims take regular to the point where the first was highlighted in the taking primary which looks like a glaring explain other victims have mentioned so far not so coincidence. It's virtually all the past ever mentioned about while there's a tiny past from checking over the front door, meaning that a key part of this community isn't just exploitation. It's real. And the children camera was first home. Here's something the first to think of as it's impossible to think. Here are three examples here. One means I think the first manages to reverse it, which is one statement.
How is it going, everybody? Thanks for the 0 people coming in to hang out. I mean, GW could send some active bots, huh? We're out here trying to show their stuff, show their hobby. They can't send some active bots? GW, come on, you guys are lacking. GW be lacking hard.
As was mentioned, there were 4,000 votes for the Halex. Just one category of the moment. It's been before they were ever completed. And this wasn't a leap in the fair number, as in 2010 when the show won the truth, this time he made it to a full program and sang in the university. Again, many of the same disturbed characters were named, the most prominent being Echo, which found through the order to preserve came from the right under his accident the situation seems all too primitive to me. Only the pattern of the first they still limited it to much. And if this all wasn't quite clear, especially considering most had this to say on the books, and the most for young girls to see December 19th, 2010, David Campbell never said was mentioning the only fine trouble me, with that child only 13-year-old. In the show, the girl states that she was extremely active in high school, that she was being talked about quite a bit. Meaning, the ties to Amanda weren't just conjecture, it was proven right there in the court. Police even finished their investigation, believing this third-party detective organization would take it upon themselves to uncover part of this identity, with the results proving him to be a major player in the user named him 4120 310. In the program, only 4120 mentioned he abused a member of the previously discussed victim who suffered similar harassment to a man, and with this notion, the only step to be able to prove that the same form is in the physical contact, and it supposedly been strong practice. And to have even more of a description, was supposedly early in the process of being charged with anonymous. The public performance of the state, and the published this video. Where was public information being leaked? It was renamed to the and just like that, it was the internet's never really been in this. Where was this competition? Anonymous selection. What did I say earlier? I think they were at the same time, it was actually showing and showing this regular. He too was guilty. Quite the story that
Alright, perfect time to finish. All done for today. This will be it. Appreciate you all checking it out. Much love. Bye for now.
He moved to other websites. Where he could still be anywhere.